We are live, and yeah. Hello everybody, and welcome to Papihos session 49. My name is JC, or Jacob, and I am the Dungeon Master for this game. And I'm joined here by four wonderful people: Helminia, James, Suzanne, and Alpha. We've been playing for quite a long time, and these four people have gone through a lot of stuff, but besides, just to get a couple announcements out of the way, if you are here for the first time, welcome, and we're happy to have you. Hope you stick around and follow the Twitch channel. We stream live 7:15 p.m. Mountain Standard Time every single Thursday that we can. And then, if you are not able to watch, or you want to catch up on other sessions, every stream is restreamed on YouTube, specifically the channel down in the description, JC Productions, on Thursday as well, although it is at 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. And with all those announcements out of the way, let's give you guys a quick recap. Where we last left off, you all had managed to vanquish the vampire Lord Tiber of Foremount. And with that came a sense of relaxation and peace. However, not all of you wanted to stay in one place and watch as the land healed itself, so you all split into two groups. While Rem and Gilgamesh stayed at Foremount, Zex and Suna went their own way temporarily, heading to Greywall to pick up items, and then later to Tilvium to pick up what was revealed to be adamantine, as Zex had ideas for a weapon. Then, while Gilgamesh and Rem were watching over Foremount, they saw as 7 cloaked people approached them and introduced themselves as Greywall's arbiters. They are arcane casters that watched over the land and try to do things in the shadow to make the civilian population not panic. 2 of the arbiters had decided that they were staying behind in order to watch over Foremount and make sure that nefarious activities were not being had by Rem and Gilgamesh. Upon having a conversation with them, Rem found out that one of them was seemingly artificially extending their lifespan into being an undead themselves, putting Rem on the edge, but it was explained away as dedication. However, in the meantime, Rem kept watching over the land of Foremount, and Gilgamesh trained with Darren Trailmore, as his father was still at Greywall, in the act of smithing. Where we last left off, Zex and Suna had returned back to Greywall in order to do some last-minute things before the next step of their journey. And that's where we find all of you. Now, Zex, Suna, you guys going through about midday the busy streets of Greywall with light frost on them as you guys are on the trend near the end of the winter cycle, but still within it, enough for there to be constant frost lining the cobblestone streets of Greywall. What would the two of you like to do?
Barris first.
Alright. The two of you make your way to the spectral allies, eventually actually physically knocking on the door, coming in as you hear a soft jingle, an arcane alert as the two of you step into the shop. As you can see, Barris at this moment is actually on the other side of the counter. You can see her going over a section of a glass box that is on the wall containing a small, box-like item that you can only assume is arcane, as neither of you recognize it. But upon the sound of you two entering the shop, she turns and smiles. Hello, dears. How may I be of service?
So we're getting ready to head back up to Foremount, probably. And Rem had said that Rem said you had stuff for us, right? That I need to go pick up. I don't remember if Rem ever told us.
Indeed. They didn't have a way to pay for it. I assume they were coming down at some point to pick it up themselves, but if you two are picking it up, I see no problem with giving it to you. Wait right here. And you watch as she steps behind the counter and disappears behind that, basically carpeted door that obscures the rest of her shop.
I'm about to be burdened with that.
Eventually, she comes back, and you can see, first she has a, large crate, and as she sets it down, you hear the clinking of glass. And then she comes back with another crate, and she sets it down. Once again, there is a clinking of glass. And then finally she pulls out from her dress, you can see a small bag, and sets that on the table as well. This is what they ordered?
So 2 big crates
Mm-hmm.
and a bag.
Yep. It's small, very small bag.
Well, okay, what's the bag?
The bag has diamonds in it. 2 specifically.
2?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. How much do I owe you?
The bags and the bottles altogether would be 750 gold pieces.
Alright. And this is everything?
This would be everything. Everything that I could scrounge together as of the moment.
Sounds good. So 750, so... I gotta pull out the old calculator real quick.
No problem. As soon as Zek starts counting out coin, you see she pushes one of the crates towards you.
Okay.
I know it's a bit hard to manage, but this is what they ordered.
It should be okay.
I'm sure I could carry it.
I'm sure you can, it's just a bit unwieldy, is all. It is fragile. There is hay and straw in between to make sure that they don't break by picking it up and putting it down, but try not to drop it.
I'll be careful.
Thank you, dear.
Okay, I'll hand over 75 platinum.
Okay. And she takes it and pushes into her hands. Pleasure doing someone else's business with you.
We
Anything else I
appreciate
can
it.
help you all with?
I've had my eye out for a magic item called Wings of Flying. You haven't spotted any of those, have you?
Currently, regrettably not, dear. I apologize.
Alright. Well, if you spot any or hear anything,
You'll be
let me
the
know.
first to know.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, also, do you know where I could pick up a set of thieves' tools in town?
You two really do trust me a lot, don't you?
Look, I just need to break into my own house. I don't have keys.
Somehow that does not surprise me.
Barris might actually have keys because I did tell her she could use pieces of it for storage. So she might have a spare set of keys. I don't know. I've been here a lot.
Well, dear. Tell you what. I am... There's nowhere above ground in Greywall that you can really get something like that. However, scrounging and foraging, there is a spot. And back in my days when I was a little bit more keen on exploring the world myself, I received one as a gift from a friend. Purely, for decoration, of course.
Uh-huh.
Naturally.
Naturally, thank you. I'd be willing to, give an old gift from a friend away. It'll save you from going into places that smell bad and are very unclean. Let's put it that way.
All right. How much would I owe you for those?
That would be, say, I'd lose track of them for 28 gold pieces.
Done.
All right. Yeah. And she pulls one of the bottle crates off. Let me go get this a cover. And she disappears for a second and then comes back with a very lumpy, leather-rolled, quote-unquote cover on it. There you go, dear.
Appreciate it.
Of course. I have no need for it anymore.
All right, well, don't be a stranger. Thanks.
I don't think it's possible for me to be a stranger, dear. I run a shop, after all.
Of course.
Of course. All right.
To the keep.
Okay. The two of you make your way up through the streets of Greywall and over into the familiar, yet still very new, keep that you had all purchased. Specifically, Rem and Zex had talked about more than anyone else, but... See this large two-story building as soon as Zex walks up to it. Just absent-mindedly, you try the door, and it is locked.
Naturally.
Naturally.
I'm to go through this lumpy leather cover.
Yeah, and through this lumpy level cover, you find, as you are experienced with these tools, the correct items, and you can actually see that it has a couple little extra little picks in case if one bends and twists and breaks, but other than that, it is a very standard set of thieves' tools.
Awesome.
Okay.
Let's pick the door.
All right. I would like you. I believe you are proficient with thieves' tools,
I am, yeah.
so you can add your dexterity to your proficiency for your thieves' tools roll.
So 23.
Okay.
Yeah.
Quickly and smoothly, you press the two lengths of iron into the lock and pull and twist, and the door comes open without so much as a complaint.
Awesome. In we go.
All right. As the two of you enter, you are greeted by a large, cool, cold mystery, or not mystery, a cool and cold, large, empty mixture of an entryway and a living room with a cold hearth off to your guys' rights. And then stairs leading upstairs, as well as doors to other rooms.
So I've explored this house before, but I don't really remember what the layout was.
Yeah, the general basic layout, just the general version, is that, so the other, like the doors on this floor lead to a storage room for foods and different things. Basically, it's slightly colder and drier than the rest of the house. It's meant to be a storage for different foods, as well as a spot for a kitchen, although be it does not have appliances or anything. Also within the kitchen there is a small hatch that leads to a small downstairs section, which has both a actual cold storage, things for things that you need to keep extra cold for a long time, as well as a decent-sized room with a stone brick floor that is empty. The second floor, as you go up the stairs, divides into about, I think it was 8 rooms, each of around about the same size. But there is no furniture, there is no furnishings.
That's fine. Let's go to the room that is closest to the staircase.
Okay. It's pretty much directly as you walk up the stairs, it's just there.
Going in.
Okay. As you move in, it is a wooden, layered floor that is bare. You can see the room does have one window that overlooks. I believe this one goes straight down. So off in the distance, if you squint, you can start to see the beginnings of the market square of Greywall.
Super cool. I'm gonna pull this comforter out of my bag of holding and just sort of flick it out. You know how you flick out a blanket to make it flat?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of what I'm doing in one of the corners of the room.
Take the deep black comforter and as you cover one corner, like a small corner of your room with it.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. Now then, I'm just gonna quickly, if Suna wants to do anything, I'm gonna quickly just change up my inventory and put some stuff in here. I'll send you whatever I put in here and just leave in here for now.
Suna, if you want to claim a room as well, or if you want to use the same room as Zex, you can also deposit stuff for safekeeping.
Is there only the 2 floors?
There's the top floor, the middle floor, and then a small basement room, but technically there is a basement.
I guess I'll just take one of the other rooms.
Okay.
I'll leave my it has a bed, right?
They do not. They are not furnished.
I'll just leave my dagger in the middle of the floor.
Okay. Alright. So besides that, as I'm sure you'll tell me what you've dropped off in the room later, private message, but besides that, you two have the stuff that you're carrying that Rem has ordered. Anything else you guys would like to do in Greywall?
We need to go to the Mages Guild next.
Okay. So, the two of you after locking the door, I assume, to your house,
Yeah.
you two head off to the Mages Guild. Off through the slightly frozen cobblestone streets until you come to the familiar wood, large guild building. As you step in, you can see Jaylene's not at the desk right now, but with a quick glance, you can see that she's actually inside the dining hall portion, eating a small meal by herself.
Okay, well, I am looking for Trelmore.
Okay. Are you, as you look through the dining hall and the main room,
Yeah.
Trailmore is not there, but Jaylene looks and gives like a small, putting your hand up to acknowledge that you're there.
Mm-hmm. Alright, let's go talk to Jaylene then. Do you know where Trailmore is?
Well, I gave him Darren's room, actually.
Alright, sounds good.
Alright, and she tells you which door Darren's room is.
Mm-hmm. Alright, up there we go.
Okay. As you two walk up, you step up to the closed door of the room that Jaylene pointed you towards.
I'll knock.
What? You just hear it kind of muffled in, and then you can hear beds ruffling and like a small bit of wood clatter onto the ground, and then shuffling from inside. What you want?
It's Zax, let me in.
Hold on. And the door opens up, and you can see more color in his face, and somehow, seemingly, more wrinkles on his head. The form of the older man, Trailmore. Mr. Trailmore. Yeah?
Yeah? We're going back up to Foremount. We've liberated it from Tiber.
Oh.
We offered to take it up with us.
How's my boy doing?
Oh, he's good. And we found Rachel.
You did. Yes, let's go. All right.
Let's go.
Let me get some stuff. I got some stuff while I was here. And you watch as he leaves the door open. He goes and he first like pushes the covers on the bed to like smooth it out, and then he picks up this small backpack that he puts some, like, it's seemingly like he's gotten some kind of tools, or maybe they're just wooden implements that he puts in the bag, and he shoulders it. All right, I'm ready.
All right.
Where are we leaving?
Off. Wait, what?
Are we leaving now?
Leaving soon.
Shit.
Yes, we will leave now. We'll leave now.
Good. Because I'm
So
leaving.
Jacob, can I shove these two boxes in the bag of holding? Are they too big?
They're a little bit big. You guys are kind of forced to carry them. There's a lot of bottles.
Well, I have Mandabar.
If you like
Well,
find a way to strap it onto the horse, it would do it.
That, or would there be like maybe almost like not exactly like a wagon, but something that I could hook up to Mandabar that I could purchase while we're here? Something small that would fit the crates?
Probably.
The answer to that question is yes, it's a wagon.
Well, like, I don't want a full wagon. I just want something.
It's like a little half wagon you can have people
It's like a
pull with their
trailer,
hands.
basically.
Yeah.
A trailer that I can hook onto the horse, basically, is what I'm looking for.
I think they're like copper pieces worth too. Like, it's really cheap.
You can go and find out. you happen to know where stuff is in Greywall.
So I'll go do that.
All right. A quick look at Gideon's stables. He does have different drawn vehicles. Basically, a cart's a little bit expensive, but it's not. In the grand scheme of things, it's not too expensive. A cart itself costs 15 gold pieces.
And that's like, is there anything smaller than that, or is that like the smallest?
That is the smallest.
I guess that's what we're getting.
Okay.
So 15?
15.
Okay. Hand it over.
Alright.
So I guess I'll get that hooked up on Mandibar and then we can go.
Alright, easy enough to hook up on Mandibar. And, so, are one of you, for the sake of it, are one of you going, because the cart is not big enough for a person to ride in. It is for transportation. So with Trailmore, what are you guys doing? Are one of you walking, or one of you riding double with him?
I can walk.
Okay. So as soon
I
as you
can
offer Trailmore your horse, which he does accept, and the two of you, or now three, begin your travel up to Greywall. Through this, you guys are going to do some stuff. As it is 7 days up to the top. Are you guys traveling in any specific way?
stealthily, preferably, but I don't know if that's possible with what we got here, so...
You can certainly... stealth in this situation would be, like, trying to keep off of the road and manage your noise and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, if you want to, the difference is I would like both of you to make a mixture of both a stealth check and an animal handling check for your horses.
Okay. So do I roll twice? Or once and use the two different modifiers?
So, what would you be rolling twice on?
One for
Two
stealth,
modi-
one for animal handling.
Yeah.
So, stealth is your first roll, animal handling's your second.
Okay.
And you tell me both.
And my stealth is 15,
Okay.
and my animal handling is 21.
Okay.
So my stealth is a 10.
Okay.
No, wait, I get advantage on stealth.
And my animal handling is natural 20 for a total of 22.
Nice. Okay.
So my stealth is actually 16. I forgot I had advantage because of the boots.
Alright. So, with this, I want each of you on your 7-day travel up. Each of you roll a d10 once.
I got a 1.
Okay.
9.
Almost. Almost.
Almost.
As on about the 4th day, Zex, Suna, you guys are riding along, walking, for like the first 3 days were uneventful of just going through, Zex putting up the tiny hut, eating, having mild conversation, and then it's kind of fading off as you all took your rest. But on the 4th day, about halfway through, as the sun gets up into the sky, all of you can hear this large, bellowing roar that you swear shakes the trees around you.
Damn.
At this second, you guys, you see the horses begin to panic and on it, Zex and Suna, you both quickly calm. Suna just standing straight next to his face, patting his head, both making them not run off, one of them with Trailmore on the back. And then you can hear this large roar again, a little bit farther away.
We didn't see anything though.
Make a perception check.
14.
14. Zex, you quickly glance around atop Mandabar, and you scan the trees and you scan the sky. Nothing.
That's good news, I think.
Besides the two roars, you don't hear anything else either.
Yeah. Good enough for me. Let's keep moving.
Okay. Trying to brush off the seemingly unknown encounter, you guys make your way further north until on the 7th day, you all make your way back and arrive at the fields of Foremount. Heading down, before we get to that portion, is there any additional things Rem and Gil would have liked to have done on the extra days?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, now it's your guys' turn.
Gil, go ahead. Yours is probably more interesting.
I wanna, at some point, through me and Darren's very intimate forging,
Oh.
I wanna
Oh, okay.
I want to pull out that other half of half plate that I have and just like not really say anything. I'm just gonna kind of put it on the table and like look at him.
Is this your end goal?
You
And
could call it that.
you watch as he flips it over and like goes about examining it.
It's
Huh.
not necessarily an end goal, but it would be quite nice if it could be fixed.
Well, you need materials for it is the first thing. Can look around and see if we have anything, but to repair something that's broken, you can't just... You need some things to be replaced.
Wait, you didn't say it was broken. You just said it was a little caved in.
Yeah, broken.
Different. Listen, I can cave your skull in, but it's
You'd be
different.
broken. No, you no.
You
No.
can't say
broken.
it wouldn't
Would
be
it-
broken.
It wouldn't be broken.
Look, I'm not saying. Look, you wouldn't be broken, but you damn sure would need a chair.
Okay, fair. Okay. Do you know of anywhere around the town that might have resources for some reason? Maybe Tiber had some.
If it's not in the castle, I doubt anyone in the town has much.
I'm gonna put the ring up to my mouth and just say, Rem.
Yo.
No.
Have you found any materials in the castle, namely metals?
Nothing raw. There's the armory, but other than that, I haven't seen much. You're more to come and take a look, though.
I'll turn to David and just say, he doesn't know of anything right now, but I guess there's always a chance.
Sure there is. It'd be good
Oh.
practice anyway, rather than just going through the motions.
I can make my way up there now if you have nothing here, that is.
Not really. I mean, technically we could break one of Dad's swords, but I feel like he'll be pissed off when he comes back. I'd much rather you break something of Tiber's.
I guess that's one way to look at it.
Yeah, it is.
You know, we do have something you might be able to use, now that I'm thinking about it.
Oh?
There's all the armor from the guards that were caught up in the revolution. None of that's any good.
Oh yeah, they're like still guards, like kind of...
A lot of them have been buried, but the man that Mordek had found that was routing the guards and instructing them on what they were doing has made it looks like to be a metal pile of different broken implements and armors and tools that could not be reused, and that has been piled up by the barracks.
I'm just gonna make my way out there. And I'm gonna go to the barracks. And I'm not even gonna like talk to this man. I'm not gonna tell him what I'm doing. I'm just gonna like start picking up like scraps of metal that would seem useful.
Okay. Make an intelligence check.
Have I had enough experience to have advantage? Do I know enough? Because I do also currently wear half plate.
I will
He's got enough for now.
I would give you enough for advantage.
And you listen, you know my background. You know, JC. You know what I'm like.
I know what you're like. I know what you like.
30 sometime. Oh.
Be careful.
You said investigation?
I said intelligence.
Oh, intelligence. They both start with an I. It's the same thing.
Sure they do.
Natural 20.
All right. As you move through shiftings, the pile shifts and some items fall, but you're disregarding them as you collect metals and different pieces of broken off armors and weapons that you feel would work well. You catch off in the corner of your eye one of the surviving Foremount guard watching you, but they're not making a move to approach you or anything. They're just watching.
If they ain't gonna be brave enough to talk to Big Lizard Man, then they ain't gonna get talked to by Big Lizard Man. They don't deserve it. I'm a key.
So you admit you're a lizard?
Listen. I will not make any accusations.
Sure.
So, I'm grabbing my scraps.
Okay. You
And
grab
I'm,
them
head back.
and make your way back.
I'm gonna head back to the homie.
All right. So, basically is going to be part of the training, but Darren is going to work on the metal, and you're just trying to have him repair the other piece of half plate?
I mean, I guess, like, if I have time, he can look at mine and, like, see if he can, like, patch it up, but, yeah, just basically make it so I could wear this half and just make it, plate.
Okay. So, for him to make it into full plate, to combine them, he needs to reforge them into the other half, because half plate is half plate. You can't put on two things of half plate and have it be full plate. It's not an addition.
It's because full plate is full.
Yeah.
It's in the name.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think it would be like too hard. He'd just kind of have to like mend the two halves together once he fixes the one.
But it's a thing of half plate is comprised of the chest plate and then some shoulder protection. That's what half plate is. Full plate is a helmet, the same thing, gauntlets, legs, boots, that sort of thing. And it's like,
I mean,
it's taking that.
Right.
So
I mean,
he can
if I
fix the half plate, but forging and molding them into new armor is a whole different thing.
If I can, like, I do want to, I guess, pick up pieces that could be maybe made into, like, the gauntlets and the helmet and all that. Like, if there is already gauntlets, helmets, boots, that kind of thing.
Okay.
To make the process a little easier on him.
Yeah. Darren's does say he never got to, like, being a full forge person, but he'll try. But what you're getting out of this as this is going over the week is the experience of it, and we'll find out if Darren's actually able to do it.
Oh man.
So, all right. As he runs you through it, he goes through the different processes of how you'd heat it up, how you'd get it to the portion where you'd melt it down, how first you had to take off the outside layer of oil and grease in order to make it not as dangerous to do. And you guys get to a point where he points out actually that you would need molds for everything.
Oh, fuck.
And he's explains to you, no matter how good you are, you can't do it if you can't. No one but the gods would be able to shape metal without assistance. And so
He doesn't have molds, does he?
he does not.
Darren, you...
It's not my shop, Gil. I'm sorry. My dad specialized in weapons.
Ugh, fine.
It's good experience, and now you know the general, like... You know the process, but we just don't have the tools. Especially if you need to ever mend your armor.
I'll try my hand somewhere else, if we find somewhere else, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, man. I mean it. Sorry. But we just don't have the material. Well, we don't have the tools. Alright. Anything else, Gil?
No. I'll just continue learning things.
Okay. As the time goes by, Rem, anything you're doing in those
So as
7 days and such?
As I'm going over all these ledgers, and I'm a bit of a speedy reader, we've established. What am I learning? Like, what am I gaining from poring over all of this history and knowledge?
So, good takeaways. First of all, Tiber was Lord Tiber's first name. Farren, Farren, is his last name. That's probably something that stands out that you probably care about retaining. Another thing was, you find, basically near the back of some of the ledger books, you can see that Foremount had money before Tiber had implemented his plan in order to greatly pay people and all of that, and it was a generally prosperous town, even though the town itself only, at its peak, was about like 1,200. Like there's not a lot of people compared to like Greywall or Sabline or any of those other places, but the people here were paid well for their work. Until Tiber rerouted those funds in order for Toolm. As you can see, large supplies of specialized clay and stone and different arcane materials were being purchased en masse. And basically any money that Foremount was making, especially over the last couple of years, was being funneled directly into Tulum's program of making new things.
Okay.
Other things, not necessarily from the ledgers, but a slight reminder of just things that you would know from being around. There is a surviving captain of the guard, and that was the one Mordak found and was bringing through. There were originally 3. One, Chris lets you know, was killed. Another one that was in charge of one of the Baron's house, houses fled. Chris, as from his own words, when he explained, when the wool had been lifted from his eyes, he wanted to stick around and make sure that Foremount became Foremount again, because when he walked outside of the house he was guarding, he did not recognize it anymore.
Okay.
Any other specifics that you'd be looking for, going for?
Am I getting an idea of how to do trade, is what I'm getting at here. Am I understanding enough to be able to handle this in some capacity? Could I route the money where the money needs to go?
With assistance, you would be. It's a thing of.
I'm just a guy, so I'm not gonna know everything. Like I need the help. I'm just a dude.
A guy, and it's almost like they knew who they were sending, as Gwen is a massive help to you. As much as you let her, she has knowledge of how these things work, and tells you and shows you and points out certain things that you may or may not have missed over the weeks, and it.
And then I'll note all the things I'm learning on paper, like in a journal or something. Like there's an empty book around here. I can start like jotting notes in and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Keep everything together.
Mm-hmm.
How many days do I have to do this?
Since they got there, after the arbiters have gotten there, you have about 18, 19 days of doing this, like actually going in and doing this with like learning from Gwen and basically teaching yourself as well.
So after a few days, I'm going to take them up to Tulum's lab.
The one
above Tiber's room. I'm taking them up there.
Okay.
And I'm going to just explain to them that, this has happened here. This is what happened here. Pretty much all the logs of it are gone. Zex has a book. But I'm basically just trying to let them know every monstrosity that happened here, because someone needs to know.
Mm. And you see basically as they go through it, the two of them react in very different ways. Gwen kind of stays at a distance, kind of surveying everything from afar, while you watch the Dragonborn woman actually go and like inspect the broken desk and look at the broken empty bookshelves and look at the broken chains and all of that. But you explain it to them. That was a lot of dice.
And that's a 24 on my insight check. What's this dragon lady? How's she reacting as she's examining everything? Like with interest?
It's a lot of like the best you can reason. It is an exceptionally hands-on scientific approach of they're checking the chains, and you you feel like you can read in their face the okay, were these snapped through a weak point, or were they just shattered through something like arcane? And
She's trying to work her way through it as a researcher.
it's extremely intellectual.
I'm going to make like a slight offhanded comment. I'm not sure how the royal family didn't notice with all this going on. Can someone elaborate on that, perhaps?
Gwen's just kind of folded her hands across her chest and just still looking around the room, and then you hear the voice of the Dragonborn woman not looking at you. There are more matters in Papihos, and apparently Tiber was very good at covering his tracks. All of the major cities got the food that they needed, and no one asked further. Towns are allowed to be isolated if they want to. King does not judge.
I have heard that the royals do take a rather laissez-faire approach to how people govern themselves, which, has its pros and its cons. I get it.
Some people believe the royal family wouldn't be the royal family anymore if they were more of a monarch. People enjoy having their own choices until their own choices have consequences, it seems.
And really quickly, as we're going through here, are there any tools left in here? Anything of use? Or was it all shattered as in the combat?
It was there was a lot of stuff shattered and broken and bent. Physical tools, not really. Nothing here.
And then I'm going to ask them to follow me while I share with them all the grim and sordid details as we go.
Mm-hmm. And
so we're going downstairs.
Ah. All right. As you head downstairs, what do you show them? In what order?
We're going to start with just the giant sand pit initially.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to explain to them, I'm thinking of just sealing off this entire area down here. I don't want people to recreate what happened here.
That's a fair point. Is it any use to the castle? I can't think of a way that someone would use a giant sand pit for non-nefarious purposes.
It gets deeper.
I was afraid you were going to say that. You can see her already, seeing the levers and looking over at the large gates.
There may be some use of it, but none that I can think of. And as you know, it holds bad memories for me, so I'd really just rather seal the whole thing up. My companion tells me he explained to me what was in the room, right? Or did he just say he found a room?
So I told you I had found that manual, stone golems. I told you about the jungle and just the general supplies that were in there. So basically just what was in the room, yeah.
And I won't go to show them because we likely wouldn't fit, but I'll tell them, my companion found an uncompleted golem down here and some other things, but I'll show you where I've been just so that you can have the full scope of everything going on here.
Lead the way.
So we're going down past the previous spider den. And as we're going, I'm going to point out everything as we're going. That snake, that happened. This happened here, and then here we are, and then I'm just gonna...
Yeah, you are stopped at the bowl room because that room has been shut and sealed by the closing doors after the bowl was taken.
It won't back up?
It did not come back up. It is closed.
I've long rested.
You've long rested over
once
days.
Before in my life. Long rested once in my life. I'm gonna let them know what's past here and ask them if they would like to see it.
The Dragonborn woman speaks up. If you think it's necessary, we are willing.
It's not. entirely, but I do want you to be aware, because let's be real here. I'm not gonna lead this place forever.
We didn't assume you would. We going to try and find someone who has a whether lineage or full claim to the title of being a lord, and if not, having the people of Foremount find one themselves.
Oh, Missy. But I just want them to be aware of what's going on here. Maybe it's better that it's sealed like this.
If that is what you
Anyway.
think. We do not have to see it. We are inclined to take you at your word for this.
Anyway, we'll be heading back up, and then, once I've explained everything and I'm learning everything, I do want to start bringing up the idea of bringing back prosperity and their ideas, and I am going to kind of pitch the brewery idea. Should I say it for the stream?
Sure.
So the idea that I had offhandedly is what. So as it stands, I don't know of any secondary production that Foremount brings. As far as I'm aware, they are purely agricultural in nature. So that means resources or capital slows down in the winter months. Nothing's going out. Nothing's moving. As far as I'm aware, there's no trade happening in that time. Do the ledgers back this up?
During the time of Tiber, there is trade. You just find out through there that none of the money was going to the people.
What was being traded? What were they doing?
So, what it is Foremount has, basically, you found out that there are parts of the castle, and you found out later that Chris, the captain of the guard, was using those and filling wagons and bringing them around the town of, what is not sold during harvest season is packed up and then continually distributed. Foremount has massive farmland and is able to more than produce. It produces in quite excess, as it basically has two massive holding areas for different foods. So Foremount does have a general process, as farming is still generally seen as a year-round occupation. It's just the food that is taken out during the winter time is food that has been dried and stored in massive storage vaults within the Foremount Castle.
So it's still agriculture based.
Yes.
Then I'm gonna
Foremount
pitch
just
the brewery
relies
idea.
on agriculture.
I'm gonna pitch the brewery idea as a form of, capital gain. We can make a bit more that way, and we're just shaving a little bit off the top. We're diversifying our portfolio. There you go. That's the words. Those are the fancy words. Diversifying our portfolio.
That's a very kind thing to give someone. Maybe it will be one of the peoples of Foremount's dreams to bottle alcohol. They don't have very much, but maybe there can be some incentivize. What'd you roll?
28?
Okay.
Am I being sassed right now? They're like, this dumbass gnome doesn't know shit about diversified portfolios.
There's a little bit.
Diversified, he's nuts.
There's a hint of it. There is. However, it's they are serious about maybe not incentivizing it, but maybe putting a bit of a word out for it of might not be a bad idea for some people to instead of being a farmer making something for it. But they're thinking that as that's gonna be built in, that's gonna take more than a day to build. And these people need a job now.
Exactly, and it's the winter time. I'm gonna like let them know that I'm picking up on this sass, and in the way of saying, you know, I may just be a member of the clergy, but
Well, of course. However,
long.
Foremount does not need its treasury filled at the moment. What it needs is the people to simply make it through the winter, and luckily it is on the downturn, where then they can use the treasury. We can go into a bit of a deficit, picking people back up on their feet, having them well fed and ready to farm once again, as they always have and know how to, and then the payments coming in will more than make up for it. And then we can move forth on expanding, but the people need to survive the winter first, and they need to spend time in recovery.
I know better than anyone they need to recover, but you know, the thing of it is that I don't know what comes after me. Is the thing, you know?
Of course.
I don't know who comes after me. So the thing of it for me is that I would like to leave everything I can here, so that whoever comes next doesn't have to do what we have to do by looking over 10 years of ledgers.
Of course.
I'm setting groundwork.
And
Plans for the future, but I guess I'll just keep them to myself.
no, it's wonderful, and it is a plan for the future, but that is just it. It is for the future. Currently, and does look at Gwen. You see her. They meet eyes for a second, then Gwen kind of looks away. Do still believe it is better to make sure the people are people again, and then have them set that up. The brewery is a wonderful idea. Don't sell yourself short. However, it is something that needs to be done in maybe half year's time.
And speaking of recovery, I have been doing daily rounds. Are they going with me while I'm doing these?
Gwen does. The Dragonborn does not.
Like, I'm letting people know, like, anyone that needs, like, advanced medical care, come this way or do this.
And some days people do need help. Speaking of people who need medical care, anything extra you want to try on Gil?
No, I know what I need. I just have to wait for the pieces.
Okay.
I don't want sand goopies on my face anymore.
This entire time Gil has sand crap on him.
I would love to help, but someone used all of my diamonds. I don't have a choice right now.
That's a wild
Unless
way
I can use this ruby and other things, but no, it says diamonds.
It says diamonds.
Listen, if you have coal, I will press them into diamonds for you. Just let me do it.
What a feat of strength.
Look, I'm going,
so
like,
nice.
is there any way that I can alleviate his... You know what? Have some opium. That'll help.
Have some what?
Put some opium on it. Just...
Oh god,
Where do you
please
get
no.
opium from?
We'll find it. This is farmland, baby. We can find anything.
I don't want to become addicted to opium.
Oh,
It's just a little bit. Rub a little
No.
bit of crack on your nose. You'll feel better.
Constitution
because-
save.
Because
I'll do it.
Soon you're
that's
not
what
there.
certain people
I
in
know.
the past said, and then their entire population was addicted to it, and it was just a whole big mess.
Yeah, the 80s was wild, man. Anyway,
All right.
we'll talk about that another time.
Anything...
Yeah, is there any way I can alleviate it for him at all?
There are some, like, general, like, numbing herbs that you can give him, but there's... It doesn't hurt Gil.
I was gonna say, I don't
It's
think
a
it hurt.
weird... It's a weird sensation of, like...
It's discomfort.
It's almost like a pressure. Like, you know when you're not... Like, your sinuses are a little bit filled? But, like, you can still breathe. Your nose isn't plugged, it's just there.
So he just needs some sleep aids, that's all.
It's like that, except you need a little bit more than sleep.
I need NyQuil.
I'm giving him NyQuil.
Clerical NyQuil.
Yeah.
That involves diamonds.
It's just my mace. Just
Just smack
go
him.
bed. Go bed.
Alright. So, final chance for either Gil or Rem to do anything else?
Am I picking up any skills along the way? I'm writing a lot of notes. I'm meeting a lot of people. I'm learning a lot of things. Anything sticking with me?
Are you...
No.
unless if you are specifically asking for instruction on something from Gwen, Chris, Mordak, something else, then no.
I'm talking about the calligraphy.
Mhm.
How's my handwriting? I'm writing a lot of letters and notes right now.
It helps. You have fancy handwriting, but learning a tool proficiency, remember, still need someone to teach you.
I'm trying. I'm learning a lot of things, though.
Yes.
I'm gaining a lot of knowledge.
And lucky for me, I do have someone teaching me, so suck it.
I'm glad that you have a grade schooler to show you how to use crayons.
I
You want a
know. See,
sticker?
I've never seen them before, and you know it's a really cool thing because like they make like the colors. Oh, it's so cool, man.
Congratulations, you're using fucking cow fat as wax to draw on paper. Little
All right. So,
Little bitch.
little dumbass bitch. Oh, look at you! Bang, bang, bang! Metal sword. I'm running a country.
so after a total of 24 days of being gone, Zex and Suna arrive at Foremount.
How is my relationship with Gwen and Suna? Are we forming a bond? Or are they staying really professional with it?
The Dragonborn is very professional. At times, annoyingly professional. Gwen's
and then
Gwen's
Gwen?
willing to have conversation. Gwen is willing to have conversation.
Oh, this Dragonborn can't be annoyingly professional because, you know, I'm like, I know the dirty little secret.
And yet they still act like it.
Yeah.
So, with Suna and Zex, you two finally arrive back in the lightly snow-covered town of Foremount. The ground still as muddy as you left it. What are you two doing? You guys still, like, strapped onto the cart, these glass-filled crates.
Okay, into the ring. Ram, we're back.
As
That's
Gil
great.
and Rem, you both hear your ally's voice after a long time.
I want to look at Artisan Tours really quick because maybe they can teach me something. I have to look at the Artisan Tours available. No.
Alright.
Where do you want me to haul your glass whatevers, Ram?
Bring them up.
I guess I'm bringing them up.
Alright.
Yeah.
You can see as you two walk through, much more people are actually walking throughout the town. You can hear the hubbub and noise of people moving through. You can see a man half in armor, but the other half in seemingly just underclothing, padding for armor, standing on a cart handing out small dried meats and different vegetables and other things to people that have formed a small food line as you two make your way up to the Foremount Castle. As
On our way up, dropping Trailmore off at his house. Yeah.
As you move up, as he opens the door, Gilgamesh, as you're there, you hear the door open, and you look as both of you kind of turn your heads, and you can see a familiar, old-looking man filling as much as he can manage of the doorway. As he looks over at you, you see his eyes kind of squint, and he pulls this leather satchel off of his shoulder, begins rifling through it, and Darren's just, "Dad, hi! It's a..." And then, as you can see this small bit of wood crack against Darren's head, and he kind of, his hand shoots up. "You're using my shit! What are you doing?" And you can hear this, Zex and Suna, as he moves in and the door slams shut. And Gilgamesh, you listen for the next 10 minutes as Trailmore dresses down Darren, and Darren tries to hurriedly explain what he's doing.
I'm gonna just sit and keep clinking. just every few seconds, tick, 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 tick. And just like kind of just like sit there, and just like listen, just like just a little more.
So, does it look like Gil is working on plate armor?
Gil is not readily available. as he opens the door. The forge is off to the left-hand side, is out of view of the door.
So I have plate armor for Gil. So I'll pull that out of my bag.
Okay.
I ain't paying attention to nothing right now. I'm
Yo.
tinkering away with my little tools.
Gil.
Has Zex come into the forge? Is that?
He brought Trailmore to the forge.
Well, yeah, but I thought he dropped him off. I didn't think he came into the forge.
That's up to him.
I'm at the doorway.
You see the door opens back up. And Gil, you can see out of the corner of your eye Zex peeking his head through.
I'm just gonna like look up at Zex and look at Trailmore, like back to Zex, and I'll get up and go talk to Zex.
Okay.
Yes, Zex.
I have this for you, and I'll pull out the plate armor.
All right. As you can see, Zex pulls out a this was the captain's armor, wasn't it?
It was. It is listed in my inventory as bigger plate armor because I was looking specifically for something that would fit Gil.
Plate armor.
And you see Gil pulls out armor that you have seen repeatedly over the past couple of weeks, as it is the armor Chris wears, and you know that this is Foremount Captain of the Guard armor. And from a glance, it does look like it might fit you.
In addition to that, it's not completely fucking destroyed.
This is a fair point. I'm gonna kind of put my hand out just for him to give me something, basically.
Yes, I'm giving him the plate armor then.
Okay.
There you go.
It's a good weight in your hand, and as you look it over, it is a little bit banged up, but this one, it has all the pieces. It just needs to be buffed out and fixed back up.
So something Darren can do.
This is something you and Darren could do.
Oh man, what a cute bonding time.
You're welcome.
I'm just gonna take it back to the table I was at, and I'm just gonna look it over and just kind of inspect it and maybe try on the gauntlets a little bit and be like, oh yeah, this fits this. That's pretty okay.
They do fit.
Not the worst.
If Gil isn't saying anything to me, I'm leaving.
All right.
I'm not.
All right. So Zex and Suna, as I understand it, you guys head the rest of the way up to the Foremount Castle.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once we get up there, I'll tie Mandibar up outside and we can carry the boxes in.
Okay. The clinking of glass as you guys head in and up to the room that you guys had left Zex and Suna, the room that you guys had left Reb in the last time. As you enter, however, there are two figures that the two of you have never seen before. In dark black cloaks, one of them with the hood pulled up, one of them not pulled up. You can see what looks to be a blue dragonborn with the hood pulled up, and as they turn around as you enter, you can see that the inside of that hood has red, almost like a velvet-looking texture to it. And the other one, a woman as well, as she turns around, seems to be this maybe human or half-elf with blonde hair pulled to one side, and then sitting there, Rem themselves. As Rem, you and the other two turn around to the sound of stepping feet and clinking bottles, as you can see your two companions with quite a lot, two good-sized crates in their hands, standing at the door.
Bear said she couldn't find everything, but this is what she had. So boxes plus the pouch of diamonds that I got from Bears.
Did I miss something?
As you look through, the bottles in the quantity you had specified, the 60. Or 40, sorry. 40, not 60.
And the cloth?
I believe from Barris, you did not ask for cloth. Jaylene
I
didn't.
asked Jaylene, and that's why I said, does she have anything for me? I needed the basics and the supplies and things like that.
Spell components she could give you, and looking through, she didn't send any diamond dust with them. Because she does not use diamond dust and did not have any. But as you
Then
look,
what
they
was-
also give you a bag, and you can see there is diamonds within it. There are 2 of them. As you can look, specifically for note, there is a diamond worth 200 gold pieces and a diamond worth 400.
I'll just dust it myself. That's what we've been doing.
You can see there is a little bit of cloth actually, like, covering the crates that could be used for your purposes.
Okay.
How's running the town going?
Oh,
Who
it's
are these
great. I get
people?
to sit here and have ideas and get told that I'm stupid. It's like being around me, but worse. How did they respond to this statement?
You as you kind of look over to see, you can see Gwen's got a little bit of a like an embarrassed look on her face, and the Dragonborn's just looking at you, deadpan.
So, ignoring Rem, I'm gonna walk up to them and say, "Hello, I'm Zex."
Which one did you walk up to?
The Dragonborn first, I guess.
As you can see them just kind of staring at Rex as you walk up to them.
Rex!
Rex.
Rex!
They've combined. The names have evolved and mutated into something even worse.
That's their ship name.
Yeah.
Oh god. Oh, there is no ship here, man.
As you see, they're looking over at Remzex, and you watch as their eyes kind of flicker over to you and nod, and then stepping forward and in front, holding out her hand to you, the woman. Hello, my name's Gwen. We are arbiters from Greywall, sent up to help and assist. I assume you are friends with Rem.
Friends is a stretch, but I'm working with him.
Well, allies, friends, it's all just what we needed to know.
Co-workers. We're co-workers. Roommates!
I'll accept the hand and shake it.
Alright. Well, assuming you were on some sort of journey, welcome back. It's a pleasure to meet the other half of the people who helped free Foremount.
And it is a pleasure to meet the arbiters of Greywall.
Of course. But don't let us bog down the room. Catch up with your companion. We'll talk and discuss and exchange stories later.
Sounds good.
We'll take a break from looking over ledgers, Rem, and let the three of you catch up.
I'd rather look at the ledgers. I'm not gonna lie to you, Chief. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's a little cruel, but we'll give you time anyway.
No need. He clearly doesn't want to talk to us.
Was your journey good? Was it good for you?
It was fine.
I had a good time.
What did you do? Where'd you go? I heard you were going to get the adamantine from Tilvium. How are things down there?
Things are good. The lady, the runner of the mine, sealed up that section that we cleared after killing the tentacle monster and the basilisks.
Probably for the best. Did you find
I
what
don't
you were
know.
looking for?
I did. I'll pull out the 3 adamantine ingots.
Oh yes, the metal is made of metal.
Well, it's obvious that they are something out of the normal, as they are jet black, the 3 small pieces as they pull out of the bag of holding.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it. Can't afford this type of shit.
In addition to that, we stopped at the keek. I kind of had to break into it since you have the keys, but it's fine.
Do I? The keys I have, like, are there spare keys?
They only gave you 1 set of keys.
I'll get more keys made later.
Well, why don't you give me those, and then I'll bring them down to Trailmore's shop and see if he can make us another set.
He makes weapons, not keys, but you're more than welcome to try.
It can't hurt to ask.
Alright, sure.
I made a new friend while we were away.
Friend?
Yeah, this Minotaur that lives in Greywall. He's an enchanter and he's really nice.
I've never met him, but I've heard his name, right?
Hellfan.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
I've heard his name, but I've never met him.
I bought this dragon from him. I'm gonna point above my head.
Yeah, you can see, kind of secured within Suna's bun on her head, you can see this small mechanical copper dragon that is within her hair.
That's rather nice. I'm glad that your very, very important errands led you to getting this dragon. Yeah. This is as important as you led me to believe it was.
Look,
Anything else
clearly
of note?
Sure. I
you're
was
just
being dragged.
interested.
I
So,
was being dragged along, so I didn't really have anything else to do.
Make the best of it. How was the trip back north?
fine.
Wasn't so bad.
There's a
Don't
loud
notice
roar. No visual sightings, but there's a fairly loud roar from. Was it further up or behind us, JC?
It was a little bit like to the northwest of you guys.
To the northwest of our position.
Yeah.
Give the horses a bit of a scare.
It's likely that dragon. You know, I'd like to get around to dealing with it at some point.
I don't know if we're equipped to deal with a dragon.
We could probably gather some people together up at the guild and see if they'd help us.
I don't know. The stories I've heard about dragons often frame them as unkillable.
They wouldn't have gave us the notice if it wasn't possible. I'd like to believe so, though. Doesn't hurt to take a look at the very least. And if it's out of our depth, it's out of our depth. I ain't gonna deal with it.
Fair enough.
Anything
Sounds
else you
right.
know?
No, nothing you'd be interested in.
Fair enough. Well, it's good you made it back in one piece. And you look relatively unscathed, so I'm assuming nothing went terribly wrong.
Not too terribly.
Alright.
Who is in charge of seeing to the townspeople currently?
Who's in charge of it?
Well, seeing as you're cooped up in here, who is actively interacting and,
It's me.
helping the townspeople?
It's me.
It's been a group effort. Rem's been going around and offering their clerical support to people who are in need of it, and a tiefling named Mordak and a member of the guard, Chris, I believe was his name, passing around food when needed.
The things have been mostly fine.
That's good. I'm gonna go out and see what I can do to help them.
What can you do? You can help hand out food. You could do patrols. You can maybe offer some entertainment. Spice things up a bit. As far as everything we can do, there wasn't even really much for me to do. Is keep everything on track and kind of be the face of peace.
Have you gone through all of the ledgers? Any current deliveries that need to go out? I can help with that as well.
As far as I'm aware, if there's anything that needs to go out.
It's not really anything needed to going out. Basically, before you guys had came, there was a large shipment. There is like a shipment that Chris has been helping get ready for and find people that are willing to do it, but that's like another half a month out.
Go ask Chris. He's dealing with those things a little bit more than I am. I'm just kind of backseating, so to speak.
Fair enough. Well, I suppose I'm off to go find Chris and then help pass out food and perhaps provide some entertainment.
Okay.
I mean, you brought what I need. I might as well see Gil, so...
It was
been here a while.
Yeah,
Rem, do you
going
want
to-
your stuff back?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I can have my ring back. You can keep the gloves.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
All right.
I got something a little bit more entertaining. Hold on.
All right. I'll give Rem back the ring of spell storing.
Okay. In an hour, when you attune to it, you can still find out that there are, like, the spells are all still in there.
That one was the celestial
That
one, I
one was
believe.
the celestial.
I'll just get
It was.
mine back from fucking Zach's, and they can just kind of do the hot potato with the rest of the shit.
Whatever. Okay. I guess I got the celestial. Rem has the spells.
Sure. Whichever way you guys want to do it.
And if you're going to see Gil, I believe he's still down at Trelmore's. You take the key and see if you can get him duplicated.
Might as well.
Okay.
Are you sure there was nothing else that happened on your journey?
I'll say it again. You seem very disinterested, and I doubt it would be very interesting to you.
You didn't seem very interested in anything we had going on here. It's all fucking paperwork. But you asked, so I thought I'd ask and hear you out.
Yeah, well, we went back to the prison and the Dungeon of Souls.
Okay, one of those is ill-advised, but what'd you find?
The statue that was within those, they were blood-stained, right, Jacob?
Mm-hmm.
A statue that was surrounded by those blood-stained bulls was gone, with a trail leading to the east.
How far east?
I, myself and Suna, tracked it to the edge of the living woods, and from there we lost the trail.
Last we left there, I believe, out of the bulls there, only some of them were full of blood. Were they all full?
They were all full, and the tent was empty.
So something showed up afterwards.
Yes.
And then the Dungeon of Souls? Did you go
All
back
of
to
the
take that
books were
book I told
gone.
you to leave alone?
All of the books were gone. Construct was still there in pieces. I didn't check to see if the monster was still on that southern island, but it seemed unimportant.
Fair enough, fair enough. Concerning in their own right. What do you make of it? We know someone went back and took things and did things, but
I
What
have
do you
some
make of it?
guesses on where that statue went.
your guess being?
East, as far east as I know, to the edge of the desert. Or I should say deep into the desert.
Alright. I'll let you ponder that. I'm gonna go fix fuckface.
Did the Dragonborn give me his name? I think it was all Gwen talking.
It was.
Her,
It is a girl
Yeah.
dragonborn.
Or,
lady. And no, I don't even know it either.
nah.
We're not exactly sociable.
It was a pleasure meeting you, Gwen.
Pleasure meeting you.
And then I'll head out to go find Chris. Suna, you can come with me as well if you'd like, or if there's other things you'd rather be doing. We're all finished up with travel for now.
Alright. I'm just gonna go sit on my wall.
All right. Sit on that wall you do.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Sit the fuck out of this wall.
All right. So, what are you guys doing for the rest of the day?
I'm gonna go deal with Gil's bullshit.
I'm going to talk to Chris.
Okay. So, Chris, you're able to find and talk to him. Anything specific that you're trying to get?
Just information on the upcoming shipment, whether or not they still need people to help with it, depending on whether or not we're still in Foremount at that time.
He tells you the shipment is happening in like 2.5 weeks. He tells you that he has enough volunteers for it, as he's offering like good pay for it, and anyone that was physically able basically volunteered for it, and he was able to handpick. But if you insist, if you wanted to go, it's kind of he tells you it's kind of hard to turn down someone that is the reason for Foremount becoming Foremount again, and he wouldn't refuse you, but there is enough people.
If you have enough people and I am unneeded, I'd probably do better here, helping the rebuilding effort.
Of course. And thank you again, Zax.
Of course. Yes, I'm off to go hand out food now after that.
All right. So, Rem, you head down to the Trailmore's house. As this happens, it's been a while after Darren had managed to calm down his father, and basically, as he started to, like, more quietly and reserved try to instruct you right now, Trailmore is more and more kind of taking over the mantle of telling you stuff, and it's all kind of reoriented on the plate armor.
Which is where I want it.
It is quickly made evident that Trailmore knows what he's doing exceptionally well.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, is this under the impression that Darren just didn't?
No, it's more like it's more like getting getting instruction on wood carving from someone that does wood carving as a hobby, and then having like almost like a master craftsman walk into the room and be like, yeah, you could do it this way, but check this out. And
Right.
it's Darren wasn't leading you astray, but in the competition of skill in this department, there is none. And
Fair
so,
enough.
in this way, Darren almost begins to, over the next hour or so, begin taking a backseat to it himself and watching his father perform and teach you. As, without volunteering or asking, he just kind of did, as is the nature.
I mean, I can't really blame him.
Rem, you eventually make your way
It's-
down.
it's the thing of Daron can show you steps 1 through 5, but his father can show you that steps 2 and 3 don't need to happen, and here's a better way to do it. Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
The tips and tricks of the trade. I'm gonna go down there.
Daron's the 5-minute crafts version.
No, because at least what Daron was teaching you was real.
Fair.
Eat shit 5-minute crafts. You inflate this balloon and put it in the freezer, you'll get diamonds. Like, okay, yeah. My dad's coming back from the store.
All right, but Rem, you arrive. Gil, as you hear the knock on the door, Daron gets up and opens it. Rem, you open it to see Daron, and then leaning further through the door, you can see Trailmore, not paying attention to the fact that the door opened at all, teaching Gilgamesh, who are both over a suit of plate armor that has been laid on the counter.
Well, he seems better for wear.
Yeah. I guess getting out of Foremount was the best thing for him. And I think just getting away from Tiber was probably the best thing for him, but I'll say Foremount. But he's back, and
Fair enough.
he's my old man again.
And, Rachel?
She's
Coping?
staying in her room a lot, but she's better. I pull her out into the sunlight every couple of days. It'll take some time.
Alright. Well. Come on, Gil.
What?
Come on.
What?
I have the things that I need
For?
for that shit on your face.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you look like a 6th air genasi. Daring
So I've
goes
just
over
been-
and she's like, it's Earth genasi, that's the insult, Dad. Come on. And pulls him away. Call me back after you fixed him. I don't want my dad to make fun of Gil anymore for the second, and pulls him off into the kitchen part of the room.
So?
Out of character, I wanted to violate that man so badly, but I wanted to. Okay.
He's still old.
So
the
you're gonna-
stroke
Doesn't mean he
changes
deserves
brain.
it
Leave him
more.
alone.
It was a different time period, okay?
It's a different time.
They said different words back then. She's old. It was a different time. We didn't have people like you back then, okay?
Alright.
Fucking fix me, please.
Okay, so yeah, I've just been using whole diamonds instead of dust. Are you gonna let me get away with that shit this time?
It just takes a while, but actually, Gil, I want you to. You don't get the proficiency bonus yet, but you are learning how to use smithing tools. And for dusting a diamond, it will be a strength check. You would add your proficiency when you get the tool proficiency, but for right now, I am allowing it to use the tool. You just straight add strength to it, though. Which diamond rem do you give Gil the crush?
Let's start with the 400. Don't fuck this up. This is an expensive mistake.
So I'm just making a straight up strength check.
It is just a strength check.
You putting a lot of faith in me right now.
Look, if you fuck it up, your face is the one that's ruined, not me.
I could technically rage and get advantage, couldn't I?
Yeah.
Fuck, I'm not gonna use it for anything else. Let's do it.
Okay.
Proper English meal time.
See Gil just kind of tensing as you see his like shoulder and neck muscles. You see a vein up here as he takes this small plating of like iron and then surrounds it so it catches the dust, as he pulls back on this hammer and swings down on it, he lets out a yell. Roll me that strength check with advantage.
Unnatural 20.
And you hear a and you watch as you hear it as Gil goes to town, and over the next couple of minutes gives that iron a what for, and eventually he pulls off the iron cover that he was using to disperse the weight of the hammer, and you see diamond dust.
All right. Great job.
He has
Just
transferred
gonna
it to 400 gold pieces worth of diamond dust.
I'm just gonna look up to Rem and say, it doesn't feel like my face is fixed yet.
I can let you sit like that for a few more days.
So I'm assuming there's more to this then.
I actually have to... Don't move. Just sit still. Just sit still. I'm scoop up all the dust.
Okay.
In the bag.
I'll lean over the counter and just kind of look at him.
So there's fancy ways to do greater restoration, but I can really do it any way I see fit, right?
As long as you're using the diamond dust.
Hey Gil,
Yes.
don't blink.
God damn.
Why do I feel like you're immediately gonna abuse it?
No.
You're immediately...
He's using my own tactics against me.
Okay. As you watch, basically unblinking, as Rem takes a section of the diamond dust, curls it up in their hand, and then as it blows into your eyes, as you cast what?
Greater restoration.
All right. As you
I'm
watch,
just blowing
as it-
diamond dust in his eyes to cut his shit up. Actually,
it blows in your eyes and it stings at first, and then the other sections begin to glow with a slight heat as the dust almost moves over to the section of Gil's face that has been hit and not turned but covered by clay. And you watch as a second or two passes, and then the dust hardens and becomes part of the clay, and then Gil, as you blink and almost kind of unconsciously shake your face, the clay comes off. Your HP max is back at its full.
Oh, I've missed so very dearly my max. Oh yeah. Oof. That's nice.
nice.
Nice. I'm just gonna kind of sit and just look at Rem and just kind of half wait for something else to happen, because I don't know, it's magic. I don't fucking know.
All set.
I'm just gonna give him a nod, and I'm gonna head back to Trailmore to keep doing my shit.
I'm gonna go talk to our little sad girl.
Okay. As you
Our
go through,
emo
you can see
girl.
Trailmore and Darren back in the kitchen, and Darren kind of looks over at you and is you guys all good?
Yep.
All right.
He's fine.
Okay, Dad, let's keep going. And they push past you, and you step. Rachel's door is closed.
I'm going to knock on the door and jokingly say, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ? Or the appropriate deity for this region. You have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, Bahamut?
We're not Bahamut here, Rem. We have two destroyed churches here. Did you ever think to look at either of them?
I did
Holy
poke through them. There was nothing in them.
Oh.
I went over the rubble. I did go over everything in town, so... Did I learn the deities they have here?
Make 2 religion checks. You would find broken symbols of both of them.
6
Nope.
and 21.
Ooh.
So the first one you looked through, and although you were barely able to identify it as a small, like, temple, you have no idea. The other one you're able to find, it was closer to the fields. The one that you couldn't recognize was in the town. But you were able to find a symbol that you thought about, pondered for a day or two, and were able to identify as a symbol of the Wild Mother. And you hear the door open, and Rachel goes, two
I was only able
churches.
to go through one of the churches. I know the Wild Mother, but the other one, they're not in good shape, you know?
Dawn Father. Pelor. Is ironic. I am taking over from darkness that we had the Dawn Father supposedly watching over us.
I've heard Wild Mother before.
She's, the one the farmers look towards in Foremount. Helps with harvest, you know?
I'm rolling a history check. I've heard of the Wild Mother towards the east, actually. I've heard of this before. Let's roll that history check so I don't have to check my notes.
Sure.
Fair.
But I've heard of this person before. Hey, that's not bad. 14?
Off of your cuff, basically off the cuff. The Wild Mother you have heard of. Generally she is worshipped by people of the agricultural background. She symbolizes nature, but more domesticated nature in itself.
That's high.
Diet nature, got it.
Mm-hmm.
But she's not really all that wild.
Doesn't sound like it.
Well, give her a few mimosas. She might change. I'll let her know that I didn't have much time to poke through the churches, but I knew one. I heard that you've been holed up in here a lot. Do you want to talk about it?
I just wanted time to think is all.
What are you thinking about? I can maybe help.
Boys.
I know a thing or two about boys. I raised a few of them.
It's... I don't know, it's just... It's nice. But it feels... so wrong to just be... I don't even want to say back to normal. You know?
It feels like you've woken up from a dream, but you're not sure which part is actually the part of the dream. You're finding a new sense of normal in life. From what I was told, you were grabbed when you were very, very young. So making your way towards this normal life, I'm sure it's super, super uncomfortable.
While also having to
completely
come... I came to terms with the fact, and I had grown to accept that I was the only member of my family left. And learning that that was a lie, it takes a while. It takes a while to come to terms with. I can't say I'm comfortable with it, Rem, but I'm glad that it is. I am.
You should enjoy it now while you can, because, one day that could become the case. You don't want to waste the valuable time you have with them now worrying about things like that. Enjoy it now in all its strange glory before you lose it. You can start by sitting in the down in the workshop while your father rips Darren a new one.
I can hear him from here, but you do have a point. By the way, Rem, I apologized enough for biting you.
Have I apologized enough for basically burning you from the inside out? Let's call it even. I'm not pressed about things like that.
Okay.
I deal with a lot more hazards in this line of work. I get more bullshit from Zex than that. I actually prefer being bitten at this point.
Well, I think that phase is past me, luckily. I'll try it your way. For a while at least.
Your father lost a lot of time of his life in the haze. And I don't want to, toll the bell just yet, but don't let him waste any more time by not being there with him. It comes and takes his due, eventually. So enjoy every moment you can before it comes and takes him away. I'm sure you know what I mean.
Of course, yeah.
I've seen lots of people that didn't cherish the folks in their lives, and dug and tore at the ground when there was nothing more they could do. You don't want to be one of those people.
Okay.
Glad we had this talk. Anything else on your mind? On your plate?
No. No, I was just taking time to myself. But I appreciate you talking.
No problem. You know where to find me if you have anything else.
Of course.
I'm leaving. I've done my part here as a
As you
man of faith.
step out and begin closing the door, you actually see Rachel step out into the forge area, bringing a chair from the kitchen and staying still a bit of a distance away, but beginning to observe the three other people in the Trailmore house who are still working on the plate armor.
Pog.
I ain't got nothing better to do right now. I might as well sit here and, shoot the shit with Daron's dad. When he talks shit, I can talk some shit back.
Alright. And it is a wild difference from the barely talking, soft-spoken man that you and Gil had first met so long ago when you had traveled into Foremount. But for that, we can continue to the next day if there's nothing else to be done today.
Oh, I'd like to do something.
What is it, Suna?
While I'm just sitting on the wall, I'd like to kind of mess around with my magic.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of pushing it over the edge, but trying to see how, hold on to it as long as possible before something awful happens, probably.
Alright. I would like you to make... Let's just go a general charisma check.
Okay. Oh. 5?
5.
Suna fucking dies.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
I don't know, really.
As you're basically just moving along the wall, casting spells that you know won't cause too much of a problem or a light show. and you're moving through, you're feeling good, and it's just... It's a section of, like, you actually start, like, walking around the physical wall of the castle. And just moving around, and you feel good, and eventually you find yourself just kind of going through these motions, not really paying attention to where on the wall you're going, and eventually you find yourself looking over, and you realize that the northern side of the castle is, like, attached to the wall. There's no, like, protective wall going further because it is with a cliff. But as you look over, you can see, like, miles and miles away, after this steep drop off of a cliff, the land eventually turns into ocean. And as you look out on it, not even paying attention to the spell you're absent-mindedly casting, suddenly you can smell the sea salt. And you can feel the wind push through your hair. You can almost, like, sense that you're right next to the brick walls. And, like, you feel like everything within you has been heightened, and you don't know why. Yeah. You, for the next minute, you smell exceptionally well. You have blind sight. And you have advantage on all smell perception checks.
What does
blind sight do?
You can sense when something's next to you. Like, if something is invisible or too small or even stealthed, like, you can sense it and where it is.
Oh. Well, like given like a magical edible? Like, what the fuck?
No, that's basically what it sounds like.
Oh my god.
So,
what did I do to me?
After about a minute of experiencing this, however you take it, whether well or not, it does go away.
Alright. Thank you. I'll just go head back to like the front, like gates part of the wall.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll just chill out, I guess.
Okay. With that day done, anything specific you guys are doing in the coming days?
You know what I'm doing.
I know what you're doing. But is anyone have an idea for something that they want to start or want to do, or are you just enjoying your time?
I'm going to sit down with the two arbiters and ask them, so what are our next logical steps for finding someone to take over permanently?
Well, we're looking through historical ledgers to understand who Tiber's family was, if the family is still in power, or if any members are alive anywhere else.
I read the history of Foremount. Can I help them with this, with what I learned from it?
You can. I'd like you to make a history check with advantage.
Nat 20 for a total of 23.
Okay. So, throughout the times, you guys switch from ledgers to historical. And what you find in some exceptionally new tomes is the foreign family was the main ruling family over all of this. Tiber is listed in the newest entries as his father and older brother had both died under mysterious circumstances. He was the youngest child, and there was no direct lineage as the rest of his family had died. However, later in a separate, even fresher book, not as formally written, you find a book that is actually noted and signed by Lord Tiber himself. detailing descriptions of his barons and the general people under his command. You find the names of the 3 captains of his guard. It's basically running through, and Gwen stops you at one page. Tiber, under this specific, during his last, basically of his 5 years, about the 4th one, or after the first one, about a half, he had given a specific and interesting title to 3 people as a name of Lehman, a name of Brolin, and a name of Rachel, as he had given them the title the Children of Tiber.
Oh, why didn't I know that sooner? That's gonna be a problem. That's gonna be a big problem.
One of those 3 still live, do they not?
She is, but her mind's not equipped to take this over. You don't understand.
Well, we didn't meet her.
She's not in any shape to do this.
Do you think she can be trained? Everyone has some potential within themselves, do they not?
Everyone has potential, and I'm not going to take away her choice, so I am going to bring it up, but we need to have another plan if she says no. She just got her family back. I'm going to run them through that her father was in a haze, she thought her brother was dead. I'm going to go show them the room in the ceiling and kind of explain that, I don't think that she's going to want to be in this castle and deal with this. But I'll let her know anyway. And as I'm telling them, I'm not even going to insight check. I'm going to look at them and tell them, I know that you're all business and you think that she should step up to the plate no matter what, but, I'm a little...
If
even
she
though I bury them, I know
doesn't, the town will find someone else, don't fear. But she is officially the only person with first rights to it.
I'll send her a sending spell. She can come over for dinner.
Alright, as you cast sending, what are you saying?
You are formally invited to the castle for business-related purposes. Please arrive sometime later tonight. We have much to discuss. See you then. 25 words.
You hear this kind of shocked, as you've never done this to her before, but she recognizes the voice and, all right. Changed your mind then, I guess. Do I need to bring anything? Can you hear me? Hello?
I'm going to use my ring to talk to Gil and say, put Rachel on the line.
What?
Put her on the phone.
What?
What's a phone?
Put her on the phone right now.
You want me to give my ring to Rachel?
I need to talk to her, yes.
You walked down here once before. Can you not do it again?
Bro, I'll cave your nose in it again. Give her the ring.
Gil, pretty please.
It's just just out of nowhere.
All of them can hear it. That's the best part. It's an open line.
Reluctantly, slide my ring off and just kind of flick it behind me, hoping that Rachel will get it somewhere.
Okay. Stay saving throw. Hey, natural 20, as she doesn't even, she fucking Jason Bournes, just like doesn't even realize it's happening, and then catches it within both of her hands, and she kind of like scares herself looking at it.
She front flip grabs it between her legs mid front flip.
How do I know how to do this?
What?
Residual dexterity from the time.
Gil, what am I supposed to do with this?
I'm just gonna put my hand up and like kind of wave her off and just be like, just put it on, just rem something. I don't know. I'm gonna get back to my armor.
Yeah.
Explanation.
She slides it onto her finger and just like looks around. You can see in your peripheral, Gil. She doesn't know how these work.
Did she not see me talk into it?
She saw you put it up to her ear, but she's like still confused. She's starting to put stuff together as like through the next like half minute. She like, hello.
Hi there.
Oh.
So,
Yeah.
there's things that we'd like to discuss with you later on tonight.
Who's we?
Myself and the representatives sent from the royal family to monitor my movements while I'm kind of keeping the town in check. They're assisting me and they're just kind of monitoring things.
Oh.
And we would like to speak with you about something very important. So come by a little bit later and we can talk about it over a meal.
Just me?
You can bring Darren if you want, but
Okay. Alright. Besides my brother, should I be bringing anything? I don't know what you need me for.
just dress nice.
Dress nice.
I'll take that as a joke, but okay. Okay.
You can give him his ring back. I'll see you later tonight, and then I'm gonna. I hope you don't mind. I'll be cooking, and it'll be great. Is anyone in town? Can anyone in town cook? Can we commission someone to cook dinner?
Through the day, you can.
I've been talking with these people for almost a month. They're telling me all sorts of shit. Like I'm on a name basis with a lot of people right now.
Well, with that being said, there is a tavern within Foremount, and you find out the owner lived and survived. It is a woman whose name is Gria.
Fucking woman.
I'll send a notice that I need her to come and prepare a banquet.
Make a persuasion check.
Can I have advantage as savior of the town, hero of the village? Can I have advantage from hero of the village?
Not advantage, but the DC does take that into recommendation.
He has the hero of the
16.
the village.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
She's being paid. I'm paying her.
That changes things. What do you want me to make?
The best you can offer. Meats. Great food.
Alright.
Fit for a king.
I'll think of something good.
What's your price?
Oh, I'll think of one and give me a little bit.
Spitball.
I say, how many people do you want?
I'm gonna say the two arbiters, myself, Rachel, Darren, and then everyone else in the group, because I'm assuming everyone wants to come by for dinner.
All right. Well, prepare a banquet. Let's go. I'll bring some wine too, and we'll take 25 gold pieces for it all.
I'll give her 5 platinum, tell her to keep the change and make it delicious.
Oh shit. I'll find even more for you all then. And you see her just kind of parse through this, as this is probably more money than she's ever seen in one spot in cash.
She makes like 5 gold a month. Something like that. They don't make a lot of money.
Not a lot of liquidity. But, through that, any more preparations you guys want to make throughout this day?
I want to make for dinner.
I mean, I want my ring back, but
Rich will give you the ring back.
I want to get fancy.
Okay.
Like I'll like take my armor off for this occasion.
All right.
oh shit.
Yeah.
Is this
Can I mess
Celestial
around
gonna
with
be
my magic
invited?
more?
Sure.
Yeah, of course.
Oh hell yeah.
Are you trying to find out new things that will happen, or are you trying to control it again?
Try to control it.
All right.
Another
So-
charisma check.
Charisma check.
Uh, 10.
Oh god.
Okay.
Tuna, please.
All
Go,
right.
please. I'll tell you that.
As you're practicing more, you kind of are moving, and as in this section, you're kind of like almost it's an odd feeling as everything's running through your mind and you're thinking, and your mind begins to wander. And first you think about the little copper dragon that is balancing on your head, tied down with your own red hair. And it reminds you of an older friend that you wanted to have. And for a second you get this cold rush over you as the wave of a bit of unpleasant nostalgia washes back. And you kind of close your eyes for a second, and I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Oh no. Let's try the red. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. What is your spell save DC?
Oh god.
15, I believe.
15. Okay.
Let me double check.
That's not. It's either going to be 15 or 16.
15.
15. All right. As you close your eyes and shudder, and suddenly your face feels warm, and you hear small wings, and you open your eyes, and you're staring directly into these blackened pupils, and you kind of step back for a second in surprise, and you see this like tiny small red leathery creature with a small goatee and little horns twisting off of his head, a large, like bigger than his head tail but still tiny, kind of twisting around, and small red wings flapping as he's looking at you. Hello?
Hi.
What you want?
What?
If I can pull me through, what you want?
What?
You brought me here.
I mean, I guess technically, but I don't know.
Normally people that bring me here are a little bit more confident. And he lands on your shoulder, and you can see him hanging off of your ear, looking into your eyes, these black, full black void eyes looking back at you. So, what you doing?
Learning magic?
You're doing a good job.
Yeah?
You got me here.
And who are
Need
you?
me for something. He swings, and it hurts a little bit as he pulls on your ear and swings onto your left shoulder.
Ow.
Sorry. You should let me be better at that. Not really.
So why do people normally summon you?
Do things for them. Pick up stuff, put stuff down, fly somewhere, go send a message to someone close by, kill something, I don't know. Normally people know what they want to do before I arrive here. This is a bit of a new experience.
It's fair. This wasn't necessarily my intention.
Oh, I'm sorry. I come in at a bad time. I mean, you chose the time, technically, but...
Yeah.
If you think about it really hard, this is really your fault. I mean, if you want, you can just send me back if you want.
I'm not blaming you. It just is.
It just is.
Do you have a name?
Call me Raimi. Why not?
Okay. Well,
You just gonna stare at me? You gonna say something?
I-
Come on. You're better at this, I would assume. Otherwise, I'd be not so inclined to stop and chat. You got better stop saying, we're just gonna keep cutting you off. Oh, what's your name? I said mine.
my name is Suna.
Suna. Hello there.
Well, I don't necessarily think I can send you back. I guess
sure.
I could try.
Sure you can.
Thanks for offering help.
If you don't got anything for me to do, there's no purpose in me being here.
Yeah.
Normally
sorry
I'd say,
about that.
well, normally I'd say it's quite rude, but you don't seem to quite be in full faculties of yourself, so I'll let it pass.
I guess I'll try to send him back.
Okay. As you think and try to will him to disappear, and nothing happens. You look like you're about to pop a blood vessel.
Yeah, let me try something else real quick. Yeah, let's try to guarantee this as much as possible. Can I just cast a 4th level witch bolt just into the sky?
Sure. Is it? He kind of like jumps back. He's like, "Hey, you got some control over your faculties, then."
Do I have to roll for wild magic? Can I just like?
Yeah, roll
Let it
for wild
happen.
magic, but you can also technically do Tides of Chaos, so that your next one's guaranteed, possibly. So you can say Tides of Chaos.
I have to cast to give myself disadvantage.
No, Tides of Chaos to give yourself advantage, and then if you cast a leveled spell next, then it is
Oh, okay. Yeah.
a lot more likely to prop. But you can still roll wild magic.
Yeah, let's do Tides of Chaos and see what happens.
Okay. So, first roll to see if it just triggers off a Witch Bolt.
I got a 3, so that does trigger.
It does trigger. All right. Uh,
Oh no.
as you cast, you suddenly feel your hands just crackle, and as you flex your fist reflexively, it feels a bit sore, and you watch, even though the rest of your body is moving normally, your hands seem to be moving at half speed. It's like this weird slight disconnect.
Well, that's odd.
Maybe I spoke too soon about full faculties, huh?
I see what we're dealing with. I'll just cast a 3rd level witch bolt, because why not?
Okay.
Figure
You
that wild
notice
magic.
that instead of the normal, quick, instantaneous, it takes like about 15 seconds for you to cast. As your hands are moving slowly as the lightning. So, wild magic triggers. As you cast it, your hands are still moving slow as you bring them back down. Nothing immediately seems to be different, except your face itches. And then you
Can
hear
I itch my face at half time?
as this imp that's hanging off of your shirt and shoulder is pointing at your face and laughing. That's a good trick.
Can I rip him off my shoulder and throw him at the small dragon dude?
Make a athletics check.
17?
17. As you try to grab him, he, like, his face, he stops laughing immediately and just spins around to your other shoulder as you try to grab him. Gotta be quicker than that, love. That was a good try, though. Seriously, feel your face, though.
Maybe.
It's bound to feel as funny as it looks.
Maybe you'll go away soon.
You're stuck with me. Oh. Seriously, feel your face. Do it. Do it. Do it. I want to see what happens. Come
I guess
on.
I'll touch my face in halftime.
Okay. As you touch your face,
No.
you feel what feels like touching feathers, like you're touching a bird.
Okay.
See.
This is one slot on the table. Gosh.
You think you can fly now? I'm just joking. Don't try that.
You know, I was gonna say probably not anyway.
You got a smart head on your shoulders.
I have something on my shoulders, that's for sure.
Yes, you do.
I'm gonna go back to my place on the wall
Mm-hmm.
and kind of just suffer for a good moment because I don't know what else to do.
Okay. After, like, on the walk back to your spot, your hands go back to normal.
Oh, hooray! Is that all?
It only lasts, yeah, that only lasts for a minute. As you kind of sit down, the feathers kind of squish up into your nose. Please roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Hooray. 25.
25. As you feel them tickling, you feel like a small sneeze, but you're able to stifle it. And
That's
for
probably a good thing, let's be honest.
as for the are you just sitting there as this imp is just every once in a while just like poking at you, what you thinking about?
I guess I'll... Real quick.
Mm-hmm.
What was the Dragon Man's name?
The Arbiter? Are you asking?
Gilgamesh.
No,
Gilgamesh?
the little fucker that's been bothering me.
Oh,
Not the elf. Not the elf.
the
other
imp.
Dude.
The imp, yeah.
Not the imp. The other dude that I summoned on accident.
Yeah, you summon the imp. That's the guy who's been talking to you and poking you and stuff.
But what happened to the? Oh, okay.
You were thinking first of the copper dragon, the toy that you were...
So okay.
Yeah,
So
there
the
was no
imp has
dragon. There's
wings.
no little dragon man.
Oh, I envisioned him as a dragon man.
Nah, he is an imp.
okay.
He looks like a
That's-
little miniature devil with wings.
That's on me. Okay. What was his name?
Raimi.
Raimi? You spell that for me?
Rami.
Okay. I guess maybe I'll try to send Raimi away again
Okay.
real quick, just see what happens.
You just kind of focus and think. Nah, the weight on your jacket is still there.
Alright. Oh yeah, I don't. I'll just sit and suffer for now.
As you sit with the imp perpetually climbing over you, pulling at the back of your hair, like just pulling on the collar of your hide armor. You just start to just tune them out, and then some time later, you just hear him go, and that's wow. And there's no more weight on your shoulder. As you glance over, he's just gone.
I kind of like look around a little bit, just to kind of make sure he's not fucking with me.
You don't see or hear anything.
Okay, that's nice. Is my face still?
Your face, as you reach up and feel it, still's feathery.
Alright. Cool.
Alright.
I think I'm done.
Okay. As the rest of you go throughout the day, eventually Gria comes to the Foremount Castle with different raw ingredients. Rem, you lead her to the kitchen where she gets to work. You take off your armor and get yourself done up and ready. Out of the four of you, are any of you not coming to the dinner?
I'll probably like grab a plate and then just go sit back outside.
Okay. Rem, as you're getting ready and stuff, as Gria gets the food ready, you see Suna quickly moving through with a beard that is made out of feathers.
Yeah.
I'll quickly grab her if I can.
If Suna's not trying to resist, then yeah.
No, I'll let Rem pull me aside.
And with an unspoken line of communication, I'm gonna dispel magic Suna.
Okay. Roll me a d20 and add your wisdom.
This is above a 3rd level spell. Oh, that's a 24.
As Rem just kind of speaks this out, and then almost as if like a arcane sneeze has happened, all the feathers just explode off of Suna's face and float to the floor before disappearing.
It's gonna like gently tap her hand. There you go, dear.
Can I want to give Rem a hug and just say thank you so much.
Are you picking me up to hug me?
No, I'm leaning down. I'll get down
The
to
crouch.
hug you. I'm not gonna. Yeah,
You'll accommodate me?
yeah, I'll accommodate.
Rolling athletics
Whoa.
to avoid the hug. No. Yeah, I'll take the hug, I guess.
All right. Are you still going outside, Suna?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Gil, Zex, are you two joining the dinner?
Yes.
Oh, but of course.
All right. Arriving as you do, Rem, Zex, Alpha, the 2 arbiters, and then eventually,
Does anyone else get nice?
you can see Gwen actually takes off of her cloak, and you can see underneath it like a very nice pressed, like tunic and pants. She's still mobile. She looks nice. The other arbiter, no, cloak's still on, still up. The hood is. Zex,
I'm gonna
Gil, did
joke-
either the rest of you get nice or no?
Yes, I'm putting on my fancy clothes.
Mm.
Hmm.
I mean, no. Gil's just gonna look the same as like
You gonna
he
clean
always
your
has.
face off? You're covered in soot and shit.
I mean, I might wipe my face off. It's like if it's an inconvenience, like to me.
A Shrek cleanup just
Yeah,
to
just
If there's like soot in like my eyes or like blocking my vision, like I'll wipe that off. But other than that, nah, I don't care.
his face with the maiden's like handkerchief, gives it back. Thanks.
Thanks.
I'll
But
grab like the end of like the arbiter's cloak and like wipe my face off a little bit.
it's not gonna let you
She
do
might
that.
hug you.
Fuck, bro, Dragonborn be Dragonborn. Let's do it.
Okay. Make a athletics check to grab it.
I choose to fail.
You
My arm
choo-
goes limp.
you
I have a stroke.
You choose to fail, or did you fail? There's a difference.
I choose to. I don't want to grab it anymore. I regret my decisions.
She pulls it away, and you can already feel like the eyes burning into you.
Yeah.
But it's a second as it passes, and the doors you see walking through them, Darren and Rachel, not necessarily in nice clothes, but different clothes than what you first saw them in, as they seem to have both selected clothes that have as few tears in them and are the least ragged clothes that they have.
They're doing their best.
As they kind of step through, you can see Rachel's just kind of clasping her hands together and kind of looking around until she meets eyes with you, Rem. Hello. She kind of moves in, and Darren pulls out a chair for her, and she sits down, and then Darren sits. As it starts with both water and wine being brought out as glasses are filled.
I'm breaking out my wine.
The Yarian? Okay.
Yes.
Gil immediately refuses the wine.
I didn't offer it to him.
No, I'm
They
saying the
might have,
wine.
I didn't.
I'm saying yeah, the wine from whoever's serving us.
Gria.
I'm refusing. Yeah, Gria. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm refusing that shit faster than I've ever done anything in my entire life.
Oh, fine. Suit yourself. And
Well,
then
it's hard to go faster than 300 feet in 6 seconds.
I'll use the one that's already open. I'm sure it's fine. It's fine, right?
it tastes like it's not as refined as your Yarian wine, but it is still good.
Nah, crack open a new one. This is a special time.
So you taking your Yarian wine out, okay?
I'm just gonna assume we're gonna drink the whole bottle tonight, so I'm marking down one full
All right.
thing. And
And
I'm gonna offer the arbiters some first.
both of them nod, and Gwen politely thanks you as they are poured. You can see fully there's like a color difference of just a deeper, richer. This is a red wine, as it like as you put it in the glass. Like even through sight, you can. It's that kind of like a maybe it's pseudo that you like. Oh yeah, you can obviously see it's better, but there is a much deeper color and richer
And
color.
I'll offer everyone except Gil some.
Are you doing that to be a bitch?
I'm doing it because I know you don't drink. Do you want some?
No.
I thought so.
Darren and Rachel will take some. Zex?
Zix will not.
He's got his own fun stuff. I didn't expect him to
Zix
take
isn't
any.
drinking tonight.
You know, I'm not pouring for drinking. I'm not pouring for like getting drunk purposes. I'm pouring like how Italian people have wine with lunch. You know?
For
Still.
diplomatic wine
Yeah.
purposes.
As well as you can
have to.
see roasted chicken and corn and potatoes are brought out and divided, and it is very well spiced and very, very pleasant. As Gria is seemingly holding up her end of the deal, especially with the quite generous amount that you have given her. As you all
Is
kind of
everyone eating?
sit around the table quietly eating. Rem and Zex with the high passive perceptions, Gil as well, I believe. You can catch Rachel is uncomfortable, like more just anxious throughout the entire dinner. She keeps glancing up and then glancing back to her plate as she's eating at Rem.
I want her to
I
sit
would be
next to
too.
me. Like I purposely have her sitting next to me.
Okay.
Rem
So
wants to
I'm at the
hold
head of the
hands with
table.
Rachel.
And then to one side I have Gwen, and then the other arbiter, and then to the other side I have Rachel.
Okay. I was not aware you had assigned seating.
I
Right,
had
Gwen.
it this way because I knew she was gonna piss herself.
Rem just wants to hold hands with Rachel under the table.
We actually have to say grace before we eat. I am a member of the clergy. So there was a grace thing to this. I'm reaching out trying to hold hands as, we say grace or whatever. I'm not
Gwen-
doing it, but like I have to keep that in mind.
Gwen's fine with it. Rachel accepts after a while.
Does anyone say anything when I do like my quick prayer of like thank you for this meal? Amen.
Quickest.
Gil is just
Shit's
staring.
lit, amen.
He's just confused. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, what? Why, and what?
You've seen me pray over meals before, but not like this.
Oh yeah.
It's a thing of after the grace, Rachel does actually get a small smirk in her face, and she kind of leans over as you all start eating and tries to just whisper, so is that Tapelor or the Wild Mother this time?
I'm gonna whisper, take your pick with your respects. I have someone I have to give thanks to.
Sure.
We'll give it to the Dawn Father this time. He probably doesn't get many.
Okay. It goes through. She starts with that bit of a high note, but through the ongoing time of the actual dinner, you can see her revert to being more and more nervous and glancing at you, and then back to her dinner, as it's quiet, but it's just how Rachel is handling it right now. It makes it slightly awkward.
Is the Dragonborn eating?
Yeah.
I'm going to jokingly ask her, you're not going to take your head down for dinner?
Unneeded.
I expected nothing less. I'll try to strike up a conversation with Gwen to try to keep things moving about, how we've been looking over the ledgers and, things of that nature. Like small political talk that no one's really interested in, but it's breaking the silence.
Of course, and it's been a pleasure working with you on all of it, and it's exciting. It's anything I've been doing with the arbiters is exciting, and she's working on carrying it as well.
Be truthful, has it really been a pleasure working with me?
Well, there's every path has a few bumps, but I would like to think that you and I have worked it out.
What were my bumps here? I want to know. What were my bumps?
In a very roundabout way, that just sounded like, no, this is sucks.
Yes, that's exactly what it sounded like. This fucking blows.
No, I mean
Is it because I'm inexperienced? I bet that's what it is.
Well,
You're just like, damn, why am I holding his hand? I could do this better.
Well,
and you'd be right.
Look,
you can be truthful here. We're having dinner.
It just slows.
This doesn't work.
All it was is it just. Yes, I'm not allowed. Like I'm well versed. I've been trained to do this. It wasn't Foremount, but I have experience with it, and it has been a pleasure. And you have caught on faster than I thought you would, and it's lovely, but there was the first few days that were a little bit tedious. Being honest.
It wasn't easy, and realistically, I could have just let it go and let you deal with it, but
it was very noble of you to assist us, and I appreciate it. I do.
It just didn't feel right to leave things unattended. In the first place, I didn't know that they were going to send someone out as quick as they did. I thought I'd have to have more time, but I suppose I should have expected a quicker response, considering they're not going to let some random adventurer run one of the the food capital of the continent unattended.
The Dragonborn speaks up. Well, from our reports, you've actually been doing quite a good job. The family is impressed. Some things are in work for a bit of a thank you from the Royal Majesty. But don't say it came from me. You're not supposed to know until the day it happens.
I eagerly await my commendations.
Well, there'll be commendations for all of you.
Yep, I couldn't have done it without them, for better or for worse, and I'm gonna eyes X as I say that.
Quickly.
For better or for worse, I couldn't have done it without him.
I also like to make it a point that Gil does not know what table manners are, and he is being somewhat loud when just eating his food.
He's just eating with his hands.
Yeah, it's the whole like
sometimes he picks them up.
Yeah, it's the whole oh god,
the
what is
Shrek
it?
dinner.
Shrek dinner is a good one, but I was about to say the title of the movie it was referring to, but Shrek is good. Let's stick with Shrek.
Yeah, no, I just thought that'd be notable.
Is Gil just Shrek now?
Gil is Shrek.
Is
Everyone else
Zest
is
donkey?
everyone else is using like everyone else is like using the engraved silverware. Gil's just picks up chicken and eats it. Picks up corn, eats it.
Mm-hmm.
Grabs the water, just.
How
I don't give a
long
shit
has it
what y'all
been
think.
since the meal started?
45 minutes.
They're started. Yeah, it's enough. Like, it's meal with conversation. You've finished before them.
After I finish my food, I'd like to walk back inside and set my plate and stuff in my empty spot, and then just kind of walk back outside.
And you can kind of feel, at the very least, you'd assume one of the arbiter's eyes just watching you go.
Cool.
Okay.
Sounds nice.
Zex, were you going to do something?
Sure. Yeah.
Sure, Bill.
While we're eating, I'm going to go over everything that Suna and I did while we were out.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know Gil hasn't known, and I didn't tell Rem everything.
Okay.
So we went to Grey Wall and went to Bears. Gave all your letters out, Rem. So everyone's got the letters that you sent. Okay? Okay. Once we finished in Grey Wall, we went down to Tilvium so I could get the adamantium. I also visited the head lady of the mines down there just to see how things were going, and because I wanted to check out the mines again, considering that we didn't take care of completely everything while we were down in there. And I wanted to see if anything had popped back up.
Gwen kind of leans forward. Did anything pop back up?
I wouldn't know. They sealed up that section of the mines.
Oh. Well,
It's a fair assumption to do. I was
suppose
working
it's
on
for the
myself.
best then. Continue. Sorry for the interruption.
Of course. She was kind of a bitch, but that's besides the point. Once we finished up in Tilvium, we went back up to Grey Wall and then headed east to the, I don't really want to call it a prison because it's more of like a holding facility for the Black Knights, you remember? And at that point, when we got there, we noticed that all of those bowls were now bloodstained and the statue had gone east. Per following a trail that we saw in the woods that seemed like the most likely path that it had taken. We followed that trail to the edge of the Living Woods, and at that point it disappeared. Once we finished there, we went up to Forminos and went back to the Dungeon of Souls. And went back down to see if anything had changed. And the books that we returned pertaining to the Seven Ascended had disappeared.
How do they react when he says the Seven Ascended?
That's what I was waiting for too.
Make an insight check.
Nothing. 14.
14.
Oh, natural 20.
Natural 20.
Ooh.
Ooh.
It's your plot line. Go ahead.
Rem, as you're kind of glancing over, looking at them, you're not really catching anything. Like, they're listening. Gwen seems
Chicken
enthralled with this. Like, this is an interesting thing, and this is new to her. And so what is your total insight, Zex, with the natural 20?
24.
24. As you're watching, you're looking, and it's the same thing for you. Gwen's enthralled in this. The Dragonborn's listening with kind of like a cocked head. And you pick up on some of like, Gwen, you don't feel like she knew any of this. This feels like 100% new information. And although you pick up on some of it, some of the reactions sound like someone getting new information to the Dragonborn. Some of it, they almost give like a half nod of like confirmation, as if that might have been some of the information they knew.
Can I guess what information they already knew? Based on those clues?
It's you don't get exacts, but you do know they might have already known some of what you were talking about.
Which part? This is very important.
I'm assuming they know about the Seven Ascended. They knew likely about the prison, but the stuff with the statue and the stuff with like the soul dungeon is new to them. Assuming these people are highly educated, I'm sure if we know about the Seven Ascended, they're like, oh yeah, I fucking had breakfast with Jim the Consumer on Tuesday.
We had to, like, specifically go and, like, search for shit, though, and we kind of stumbled into it on accident. And everywhere we've looked, including the Library of Usurpate, did not have anything.
Because I believe it's a Papihos exclusive thing. I think they'd know about it to an extent, but I mean, you've confirmed that there were things they didn't know, so you know that much.
Yeah, so after this pause, I am going to... The crystal ball was still there. The remains of the construct that we had defeated were still there. Other than that, the room was pretty empty. I attempted to look into the crystal ball to see if I could catch a glimpse of that thing again, and there was just nothing. Blank, mist, or whatever you see in a crystal ball. I don't know. It was blank. There's nothing in there. So we left, went back to Greywall, picked up your groceries, and then made our way back up to Foremount, where on our way we heard quite a large bellow from the dragon.
By the way, Rem, I'm curious, what are all those bottles for? It didn't sound like there was anything in them.
Acts of violence. You shouldn't concern yourself with them, but I'll tell you if you really want to know.
I've ran into a lot of people who are quite violent.
I fill them with lantern oil and put cloth in the top, and I light the cloth and I throw them.
All right.
They're good for, there was a situation down
You said
in
you cleared out the spider webs with one of those.
Yeah. They're not combat heavy, but they're good for things like that. And, you know, if you think that's surprising, you should see what I do with the keg of acid.
I'll let you keep that one to yourself. But...
I'll tell you, the living force. What's up with that, by the way?
It's still living, still kind of sucky to deal with. It took us several days to get out when we were going east, and so each night we had to, like, meticulously clear a spot big enough for a tiny hut, and then try and kind of avoid the vines when I dropped it in the morning.
That sounds like the living forest.
Has it always been like that?
As long as we've been around, yes.
I'm gonna look towards the Dragonborn and ask, as long as you've been around?
As long as I've been around.
How long is that?
Long enough.
Fair enough. It's a nightmare to deal with.
I stay away from that. It's unnerving.
That's what I have the acid for. When I was going through to deal with something. You know about the prison we spoke about. One of our companions had been captured as they were making their way to Lichton, and we had to go and we decided to go and deal with that. I used the acid to get through pieces of it so that I wouldn't have to cut my way through. It cut down on time.
Inventive.
It, strangely enough, can I tell them with confidence that the forest in some way recognized the threat after a certain while and just kind of like cleared a bit on its own?
Yeah, you still had to use the acid, but it became strangely easier as you went further.
I'll make them aware that at some point the force seemed to recognize the threat and kind of retracted a bit more.
Maybe we should be more straightforward with telling people to not enter there. It's a dangerous place, especially for being so close to Greywall.
I had another question. The force that was supposed to go to Forminos, what happened? When we got there was no one there. And the only people that showed up was Gondolin.
Yeah, ironic. As we had gotten a message. Not myself personally, of course, but the forces that they were to be rerouted to Gondolin, as Formios had been deemed soon to fall, and the forces would not make it in time. luckily, as we have heard, however, you all made it there, and the captain, Goran, I believe his name is, managed to hold it together for just long enough for you all to come and sort his mess out. We are appreciative of that, of course, as well.
I wouldn't really call it his mess. It was... When we got up there are... I don't know if the royal family has interest in it, but you're aware there's no healers up there, right?
This is why we were sending healers. The army had 2 clerics, part of it. The 2 clerics who were part of the Temple of Helm from Greywall were volunteered.
They told me that the creatures would gun for them knowing that they were doing healing magic. I'm glad we were able to hold it in place. I'll make them aware of the... I'll tell them something they didn't know, and I want an insight check as I'm telling them, but I'll tell them about the devil that was up there.
Okay.
10! I nat once!
Oh, buddy.
Can I do it again?
No.
Can I do it again with disadvantage?
Nat ones.
Can I do it?
Sure.
You're allowed to, yeah.
12.
Okay. As both of you are kind of watching, they're nodding and kind of taking in this information. Troublesome. It's unfortunate, but devils and fiends pop up every once in a while and can only be stomped out as quickly as you can find them. I take it Goran was not aware that there was a fiend in charge of their force.
Nope, he never bothered to check. He didn't really think of it. I didn't think it was a thing either. And it was strange seeing a war zone. Where I come from, war isn't really a thing.
Good for your land, then. But it is an unfortunate tradition that Papihos is getting pulled into. The warring nation of Ashtar cannot stop. They are not satisfied with their own borders. Switching months in and months out, they must now take new land for themselves. And have wrongly assumed that we are weak.
At that mention, I want to just kind of like stop, and then just like listen to what she has to say, and just say, "Be careful what escapes your lips about Ashtar."
My 2 companions here hail from there. I myself come from a bit farther south.
I'm giving Rem a death stare now.
What?
I'm getting a death stare?
You're getting a death stare.
You want to talk about it?
Not particularly.
You're from there, aren't you?
I am.
That's it. That's the whole thing. That's the story.
No offense
What's the issue?
meant, but I'm simply stating fact. The borders change monthly, if not weekly, and the tribes don't focus on building towns, they focus on destroying campsites. No offense to you two, as you two have done many great things for us in this nation, and we deeply appreciate it.
The appreciation now seems slim, seeing as what you've said.
I do not refer to you, or you, Zex. Please, pay it no mind, and I will leave that subject alone.
Well, this has been a great dinner. I think it's time to get
Whoa. I have one more question.
Oh!
And I sent you DM, Jacob. I'm curious about this because this pertains to it. Whether or not I'm actually asking this question.
Who said you were allowed to ask questions?
Who said you could have independent thought?
Exactly. No one.
During the second battle, you recall, there were forces that arrived that were captained from Gondolin.
Got it. Alright. Never mind then.
Alright.
Well, this has been a great dinner. It's time for us to have a little bit more of a private conversation. You guys are more than welcome to continue eating. We have some things to deal with. And I'm going to start getting up from the table after finishing my cup of wine.
I'm gonna get up as well.
And then I'm going to usher the two arbiters to come with me, and Rachel.
As
I'm gonna follow.
the two arbiters stand up, Rachel kind of looks to Dare and begins standing, and Darren stands up with her.
All right. Guess we're going then.
Okay. Where are you taking them?
The room that I hide in with all the ledgers and shit.
Okay, so you all move into the library.
Runs the little hidey.
We brought in more chairs over time.
There's more chairs, but it is still it's a little small for this.
I mean, I was only inviting 3 people here.
Yes, but Zex and Darren invited themselves.
I mean, I'm not going to tell Zex he doesn't need to be here, but...
Whoa.
But, like, there's no reason for him not to be here, I guess.
So, Rachel kind of sits down and kind of looks and... I take it, what you refer to as personal stuff refers to me, then?
Indeed it does. Is there anyone in this room you're not comfortable with them being here?
Rem.
I have to go.
Yeah, you're the one who had to
I
leave.
mean, I kind of assumed besides my brother, and Darren's standing behind her, his left arm on her right shoulder. Besides my brother, I would have guessed that all of you already knew what you're about to tell us.
Not Zax, but it's fine. So, I'm gonna kind of tone down the jovial attitude that I had during dinner and kind of bring it back in. So, it goes without saying, there's no way I can sit here forever and kind of keep an eye on things. We all know as much. The arbiters have made me aware as much. It's not only not my place in my personal goals, but it's not my place from, an actual legal perspective. I'm kind of just here in the interim assisting. So, as time has gone on and people are recovering, we have decided that we need to start looking into a more permanent figurehead for the town. And that came in the idea of we either do this diplomatically by selection of the townspeople, or we find those next in line to inherit the town, either Tiber's family or those of the bloodline. And here's what we found. Tiber has no living family that we're aware of, but he has legally deemed a group of 3 people to be his next of kin, the next in line. So that means that by law, I'm going to look at Glenn for confirmation on this.
You can see her nodding.
By law, that next of kin that he has deemed in the paperwork is to inherit Foremount as its leader. There are 3 people listed here, and I'm going to have the book that he has, and I'm going to flip to the page. The 3 people are Leomund, Brolin, and you. And I'm going to open the page and show Rachel what he wrote down here. And I'm going to tell her legally, Foremount belongs to you. It's a lot to put together. And I want to let you know that you don't have to do anything, but we do have to go through this channel first, as it is your legal right to know this. It's what we have to do. I made them aware that you may not want to go down this path, considering everything that happened, but it is your right to know that this is an option for you.
You see her hands come up to her face, and you can kind of like hear her just breathing, and you can see it's just like she's going through a lot.
I'm going to comfort her.
You can see also Darren's hand just kind of squeezing her shoulder, and her other hand just kind of comes up and why would he do this?
Tiber never expected his reign to fall the way it did. And the family unit that he had established that you spoke of in his mind was his actual family unit. To him, that was all that's what it was. In his mind, it was the natural conclusion. And even though he's not here and it was under the strangest circumstances, we still have to accept, what's here. So you have rights here.
It is a technically legal document. And you can see she just kind of pulls away and almost tries to sink back into the wooden chair.
Now, you don't have to make this decision now. As it stands, with the way things are, I myself and the arbiters, or just the arbiters themselves, can keep things in line for now. But it's temporary. A permanent fix has to happen. So it's the option of we begin preparing you now, or we go about finding a different method of keeping things in line, either by finding someone else that's qualified or allowing the townspeople themselves to make that selection on their own, diplomatically. But we can't make those steps without you.
I was a menace to them. I was an instrument to their enslavement. I was an awful person.
What do I roll to comfort an individual? I know it's probably persuasion, and I want to jokingly say it's animal handling, but it's probably
Not
persuasion.
animal handling.
It's persuasion,
It's
right?
persuasion.
I was gonna make the same.
Ooh, 9! I touch her, and she's like, "Don't fucking touch
Well,
me!"
it's just like you touch her and her body just kind of shrinks. You can see her like bunching her head, close off her shoulders, and it's very obvious to everyone in the room. She's in emotional turmoil.
It's your choice, and I will help you every step along the way.
In addition to that, it's important to remember that those things you did were not your fault. You were being manipulated by an evil entity.
But I still did them.
Did you feel like you were in control?
Did you want to do those things?
I don't think so.
Then it's...
I am going to attempt to comfort Rachel now.
I'm also proficient in persuasion, so...
I'm not proficient, but I bet my plus is still higher.
No, it's not! Mine's
Doesn't
a
matter.
plus 6.
26. It is still higher.
How, if you're not proficient?
Jack of all trades, and my charisma is max.
So it only puts you at 7, I think.
Anyway, 26.
As you kind of like crouch down in front of her, you can see she's trying to avoid eye contact, but she eventually does like look at you, and just you can hear her like fast and rapid kind of like soft breathing under her hand stop, and she eventually, like, her hand's still on Darren's hand that's on her shoulder, her other hand comes off of her mouth and just kind of grips her thigh. I don't know anything about this.
The arbiters are here to teach you, if you so choose. They've been teaching me, and they're great at it. You don't have to decide now. You can go home, discuss it with your family, think about it, and then make your decision. For now, we're holding it down.
What a private discussion. How long have you all known?
I just found out at the same time you did.
We found out today. I've only known for a few hours. I had enough time to let you know and get dinner ready. I figure the sooner we bring it out, the easier this will be. So I've only known for a few hours. We had to pour over a lot of paperwork, and as it said, it's technically legal. Technically, there's going to be a lot of things that happen in the background to make sure everything's airtight.
She slowly, lets go of Darren's hand and braces on the two armchairs that the wooden chair, and you hear as she kind of stands up and looks at all of you. I want to take that time to think.
You know where to find me with your decision. And if you decide, I will do everything I can. I've been building quite a rapport with the townsfolk. We can put the narrative in your favor.
I need to decide whether I deserve the narrative in my favor, Rem. I need to figure that out. I thank you. She begins kind of pushing her way back to the door. Thank you. It was a lovely dinner, and I need some time. And she steps out into the hallway and begins hurriedly walking out.
I'm gonna look towards Darren and then kind of look towards the door, kind of usher him that way with my eyes.
As he quickly nods and begins making his way out there and easily catching up to her. Well, that went well.
I'm going to look at the dragonborn and just tell him, I told you, this was gonna happen.
But it needed to happen.
Legally, yes, but what are our next steps if she says no?
Well, we will start surveying the town for prospects. I would believe Foremount has almost 1,000 people left in it. We'll be able to find someone.
These people are the same as her. They're run ragged. They're worse off than she was.
They are not drugged down by the guilt. You must understand it is a terrible thing. If she is strong...
Guilt, trauma, and grief.
If she is strong, she will accept. And there is no shame in not. Some people can do it, and some can't. You did the right thing by breaking it this way. I commend you. But all we can give her is time. And as the Dragonborn leaves the room,
I'm gonna look at Gwen and tell her she has until the end of winter to decide, doesn't she?
Hopefully, Greywall can wait. They can. Promise. You can't just throw that on someone and expect them to have an answer right away. She'll get time. I'll make sure of it.
I can sit here as long as I can, but without going all the way in, I can't provide much more help than I am now.
It's not your job to sit in as long as you can. It's mine. It's my job.
It feels like it's my job. I came here of my own volition, and in my selfish ways, I rocked the entire hierarchy of this town. I'm responsible for this in some way, shape, or form.
You are. But, as she hinted, that will lead to other things. Not here, but other things. Yes. We'll make sure Foremount makes it through. We will. You're allowed to be here until they officially replace you with someone. I am here to make sure that there isn't a hole if you decide to leave, but eventually someone will most likely take your spot.
I'm here until then. I'm no leader. I'm no lord. And even if I wanted to be, I think it would go straight to my head.
Well,
you're here to make sure it doesn't.
I'm here to make sure your head stays a certain size, and, it sounds so mean. Remove you all from Foremount if you try to become new tyrants.
That is not our intention.
Everyone says that. We've had issues before.
Power corrupts. I know that. And I understand. And, you know.
For the record, I don't believe I'm going to have to do that to you from what I've seen from you, and Gilgamesh just seems aloof about it all.
If I try to become a tyrant, I think Gilgamesh would put me down before you did.
You think Gilgamesh could put you down, Ram?
I think he could try.
Well,
let's
hope we don't figure that out.
No. It's been fun, and I enjoy going over the ledgers and doing the busy work and seeing the people, but this isn't what I left my home for. And, you know, it'll be hard to give it up because, you know, the respect and the authority is nice, well and good, but it's not mine to keep.
You've had a busy half of a month, but I'm sure you'll be happy to go back to what you wanted to do, you know?
I'll still probably drop by every now and again to say I could have did this better. be the one that peaked in their youth, you know?
Sure. Well,
I get to go home and tell the folks I was a lord for a time.
That's
I get that,
a good
right?
story, isn't it?
Yes.
I'll be there for proof. Maybe I'll have a note signed and sealed for you, just so you can prove it to them.
Note of temporary lorddom. Maybe she'll make me baron.
Maybe. She does seem to take to you two very well. Whether respect or actual connection.
It's hard to put into words the experiences that we went through with my predisposition towards her condition and also her feelings about it all. Realistic, it would have been easier just to kill her. But, you know, after recognizing Tiber for what he was, I wanted to minimize the people that we hurt as we went. And, I mean, I'm already upset enough as is that as many guards had to go as they did. That. But I am one man. And we are just one group of 4 individuals.
You did your best, I'm sure.
I mean, we finished the job.
That you did. That you did. Is there anything else you wanted, me or either of us, actually, anything else you wanted us to do with Rachel?
Tomorrow we start getting her lesson plan prepared.
Alright. Do you think she'll
We have
come
to-
through?
I hope so. And if not, we can find someone else. But it's the idea. She may come to the same conclusion that I did, that I would rather bear the burden than allow for something like that to happen again.
History has shown cynical leaders are effective, and reluctant leaders are even more effective. So, maybe.
For now, we get the plans together. I'll speak with her. I'll start deciding how to approach the townspeople with this. After this, like, almost a whole month, how do the people feel about me? Like, I check in every day.
It started off rough.
I'm just this gruff and, like, pissy cleric. Like, come here.
It was a thing of, like, with your personality slightly abrasive.
Don't you dare fucking lie to me.
When it started, they were first keeping their distance, and we're thankful, especially after they realized the extent. But the first week generally was a bit difficult and a bit rough to have extended conversations. However, when you also started offering divine healing, small miracles in that way, they warmed up a lot. And it's like, that's how you met Gria, that's how you met other members of the guard that were willing to talk to you, people that had been told your description and told that you needed to, like, be captured and the other members slaughtered. And it's a weird relationship that you guys have developed, but over the second week, you're willing to stop and, albeit you don't remember all of their names, have a conversation with someone.
It's gonna have to be enough. I have a plan. I'll make it work. I'm gonna look at Zex. So what'd you want to be here for? I appreciate you being here nonetheless to comfort her, but you didn't really seem interested in the comings and goings of the town.
Well, I'm plenty interested, and also, I have a soft spot for Rachel specifically, and I had one for Liaman, despite the fact that he,
that
technically
wasn't my
killed
fault,
me.
right?
No, it wasn't your fault.
I
It is
tried to
what it
talk
is.
him down.
There's no other way.
How's your chest? Take your shirt
I
off.
don't know.
Let me take a look.
Okay, shirt's off.
Yeah, as you're not wearing much armor, you
My
pull it
ripped
open.
Abs.
Abs.
Look, he might be shredded is the thing.
Yeah. Well, it's a thing of, like, you can see about, like, between his
He's
pecs,
toned.
you can
He's
still
thin.
see, like, basically like a jagged line where the tear originally was in his chest. That is healed and scarred, but it looks fine.
Any other side effects? Any aches and pains? Anything of that nature? Any abnormal dreams? Anything like that?
You talk about abnormal dreams, and I think I know why, but I think I'm okay.
Anything out of the ordinary?
Not so far.
All right. Everything seems to be healing up properly. I've done Revivify before. I literally, like, blew pieces of Gil apart and they didn't scar. So, like, is this normal for it to scar? I mean, I probably wouldn't know because I haven't done it too much, but...
You also have to consider I was in the process of becoming undead when I was killed.
Yeah.
It's a thing of, in your experience and what people have told you, Rem, it's an on-off chance. Some people come back with scars and some people don't. It's kind of like a coin. It's not quite a coin toss. Generally what happens is people come back without scars. But it is not unheard of. It is not an unnatural, unusual thing for someone to come back with a scar.
For the nature of this type of injury, it's not uncommon.
No.
I mean, everything seems to be in order. Let me know if you see anything out of place. Do you want to talk about what happened at dinner?
It's not that important. But don't mention it again.
Do you want to talk about it?
Not particularly.
Will you ever want to talk about it?
Perhaps.
Do you need me to leave the room to talk about it?
I thought she'd already left. She's just here released naked. I'm like, yes, skin.
She hasn't left. The other arbiter left.
No, you're fine.
It's honestly, it's no problem.
You've seen enough of us already. There's no more secrets here. As it stands, I think we're seeing more of you than you'd prefer. You don't seem to be the type of unyielding professional that your companion is.
I'm the newest arbiter, so I guess that professionalism is something I need to work a little bit harder for. I apologize.
My advice, though you probably won't take it, I hear you're a prodigy. I know in some respect you probably just think I'm an annoying man of the clergy that overstepped his bounds.
No, you're fine.
But here's my advice, from the little bit that I've learned during my time adventuring and leading others, is that no matter what grim things that you have to say or do, it always helps to have a little bit of a lighthearted nature to it. A spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
I'll remember that.
Since I'm doing checkups, do you need one?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm good. It's been nice. My second mission is going well, and I have the pleasure of having you all be the objects of my second mission, and you all have been as accommodating as you're able to.
You said you create things, right?
Oh, yes, I'm conjuration specialist.
Zex, why don't you show her the golem in the basement?
Oh yeah, there's a post we
Tomorrow.
made. I'll pull out the real quick.
Oh, may I? She holds her hands out.
Oh, of course.
She flips it open, and you watch as she just kind of traces across the page. It's like, oh yeah, very potent, very potent. Closes it. Here.
Thank you.
Easy enough to do if you have the materials.
Of course. You said this was your second mission. Do you mind me asking what your first was?
I'm not quite supposed to tell, but it's technically this is my first mission. My other mission was the mission to prove that I was worthy of being an arbiter. And so, arbiters have like trial runs. You don't want to listen to what the process of becoming an arbiter is, but there is a process, and I'm the newest.
I mean, you don't know if I'd like to hear it. You said I've taken keenly to it, and I mean, look at me. We have a rather long lifespan. I may have time to do it here and there. Another part of the adventure and another story to tell.
Well,
I'm sure they'd let me.
let you try to be an arbiter.
I'm sure my personality might put some hiccups in the road, but they'd make it work.
Oh, you don't get along with half of them that you've had extensive conversation with, so maybe.
You have to bear in mind that my interaction... I'll spare you my backstory. Have we decided the name of the town that I'm from? Like, we've talked about what it's like, and I'm kind of like picking what it's like, and you're just filling it in. Do you want to name it?
I think I told you what it was, but
You described my country to me. I haven't had a lot of backstory. Ashtar's fleshed out. My home country is not fleshed out.
I was...
We're still in the sandbox.
I was pretty sure that I had something, but
I'll just describe my town and
Yeah.
see if she recognizes it.
I'll make sure to send it to you, but I'm pretty sure I do have a name for it. I just don't want to look through my notes right now. I'm sorry.
I'll just kind of like.
I really
explain
thought I sent that to you.
I'll tell her about my 40 years burying bodies, and I'm not used to dealing with people like this.
Well, new experiences for everyone then, I guess.
Yeah. I get to sit here and be told I'm stupid.
You're not stupid, Rem. It's just you're not
Who needs a
experienced.
brewery? We grow corn. Fuck the brewery.
I'm sorry. She's not trying to be rude or mean. I promise. I think, she's just doing what she thinks is best. She's very straightforward.
She tells me I've caught the eye of the royal family. Is that including my companions?
Mm-hmm. All 4 of you.
And when we've caught the eye, how do they mean?
Good or bad?
I would say good. They haven't decided wholeheartedly on anything. It takes them a while to deliberate, but
Can you tell me a little bit more about the royal family? I don't know much about them.
well, what don't you know?
Anything. I don't know how many people, who's there. The farthest I've made it in interacting with the royal family is... What was the lady's name that was the judge at the trial?
Oh, that's right. We were arrested.
When we
They
brought
didn't tell
Dorman
me-
in, what was her name?
they
I woke everyone up.
They didn't tell me that.
Yes, we were
Arrested. Wow.
arrested. Not we.
Criminals. Wow.
Okay,
It was
so
we. It was we.
it's we, but not like we. You know, like
No,
I
I
don't know what
don't
you're
know actually.
talking about, Ram. This
so. It was
right
it was
after-
charges towards them, and then by association us. Even though we didn't do anything, we weren't
so-
just going to let our
So
companions go.
so question.
What are you talking about?
One question. Who is them and who is us?
Okay, so we is the 4.
Okay.
And then the charges are only brought up against 2 people because Rem wasn't in court. Like, Rem wasn't under threat of going to jail because Rem never fired off a spell. Rem never did anything, and I don't think April did either. So it was specifically Gil and Zex were going to go to jail for attacking a member of the royal court. A court mage.
A court.
And the thing...
Yes, I do remember. Mm-hmm. Do remember.
you remember
a bit
that
of
shit show?
I-
That was us.
I didn't know it was you, but yes, that was passed through the grapevine.
And then we were recommended by people of town that hold merit. And that happened. And then the war effort.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lichton. Lichton was us too. We did that.
It took me a while to hear about that, but yes.
Lichton and Forminos, and we cleared out the mines of Tilvium.
For Minos.
I knew
Tilvium.
about. You were the ones that did Tilvium.
We
Yes.
Because I knew that you went back, but I wasn't sure what you went back for.
I went back to check and make sure a beast that we had noticed while crossing a chasm down in the mines was not causing any more issues.
Well, I'll extend another thank you to 2 of you, but for all 4 of you on the royal family's behalf. It's really nice to be able to do that, you know? It's wonderful. Well, I assume if you were arrested, you would have had to deal with, Selvin. She is, basically in charge of the courts.
Yep. Asimar woman, I think?
Yes, she is the ambassador of law.
Interesting. Pleasant personality.
She's, in my experience with her, she's kind, but generally, if you're an arbiter, you don't always know how people actually are.
You do have to keep in mind that the last time we did speak with her, we kind of kicked in the door of the barracks and said, we have a criminal, start the trial. And it was like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Maybe she doesn't like you.
Pretty great.
Would you?
I don't sleep. I have trouble sleeping sometimes, so I might have been up. Who knows? Maybe it is a coin flip for me.
Trouble sleeping? Still having it?
Just when I'm busy. So yes.
Can I help with that? Oh, you know what helps me sleep? Here's a gift.
What are you What are you handing her?
Oh yes, it's one of my bottles of wine, baby. This shit. Wow, wonderful. 2 cups before bed. You're great.
This is expensive wine. Are you sure?
Look, you've been dealing with my shit. I can help you take the edge off.
That's very kind. And she kind of walks over and puts it on a counter. Okay. So you know the ambassador of law.
You know the ambassador of law. We know the doctor. I've spoken with him. He has business with me.
He's just well known. He's not actually entwined in any of the royals.
And embarrassed.
He's powerful enough to be considered worth talking
Powerful
to.
Enough to take note, like us.
Yes, yes, actually. Same with Lady Barris. She's not a member of the courts, but she is a highly valued personal friend and ally.
So it's not of personal enough to take note and commendations. It's your way of gently telling people that you're monitoring them because you're aware that they at some point can become a threat.
Well, not always. Some people are offered jobs, and it's like a people have been offered being an arbiter. Whether they take it or not is up to them completely. Otherwise, Barris was offered a job as an arbiter, but she turned it down and said it wasn't for her. Let's see. Do you know any of the other ambassadors?
I didn't meet them when they all showed up. I hear Gil met them at the door, and then no one else came to speak with me.
Well, we have 5 total ambassadors. You've met one personally then. We have the ambassador of land, the ambassador of trade, ambassador of relations, as well as the ambassador of war, of course. The 5 of them assist the royal family with overseeing everything Grey Wall and beyond.
It's trade, land, war, court. What's the last one?
It's land, trade, relations, law, and war.
And our dragonborn friend. Which one is she?
Oh, she's an arbiter. She's not a ambassador.
There's the ambassadors, and then there's the arbiters. How many arbiters are there?
Gilgamesh saw us all. There's 7 of us.
Only 7?
Is there a problem?
No, just curious. It seems like a low number.
Well, we are highly accomplished arcanists. There's never needed to be more, and the family never wanted to rule as a power. They wanted to rule through respect. And so, although the arbiters are needed, and granted, as there are so few of us, we are stretched a little bit thin, but the royal family has other ways. Normally, the ambassador of relations are kept quite busy.
Well, it's getting rather late. I think we can all get a good night's rest, and it occurs to me that this is the first night that I'll be going to sleep not in this room. I don't know where to sleep. You know what? I'll just sleep here. You know, I stay here. It's fine.
There are the guest rooms in the castle. I thought you were using one of them.
No. I've been here. How many days were we here before you got here? It was about 4 days, right?
It was 3, I believe, actually.
For three days and 3 nights, I was in this room the entire time, except when I went out to town to deal with the wounded, those especially malnourished. I didn't know you guys were coming as quickly as you did, so I was doing everything in my power to make myself somewhat presentable in the political eye.
Oh.
Didn't work, but
Oh, I'm sorry, but your name wasn't on a officially signed and sealed paper.
I didn't expect to be here forever. I mean, I just didn't expect it, you know. We're filling in. We're displaying our strength, fostering hope within the people, and you know, at the end of the day, we're just adventurers.
And
I'm just a member of the clergy. I don't.
well, if I had an opinion to say about it, it appears you are quite good at it. I have a question for the two of you.
Shoot.
In our reports, we've just been referring to you all as the group. You don't actually have anything to replace that moniker, do you? I've spoken to Mordak and he calls you Lord Killers, but I have a feeling that's because of your unique situation.
That's a fair point.
We
don't really
haven't
call
thought
ourselves
about that
anything.
because party cohesion isn't very good a lot of the time. And I don't know if you can tell, but Zex and I are on a very thin rope at the moment. We're in a bit of a tussle, so to speak.
Well, rope can't
There's
be.
a very good reason
Well,
for
the
that tussle.
look, the at the very least, you two are on speaking terms. That's got to count for something.
It's a mutual respect,
Look,
but not enough to make any names or anything like that, right, Zex? Let this man name us. We'll be the team of mysteries.
well,
That's fair. Again.
it's worth it for you guys to take a bit of time. I will refrain myself from saying how long it will take, but eventually you will, at the very least, need to be introduced formally to the ambassadors, and they'd like to give it as a name, a group name, between the 4 of you. So just take some time to yourselves and the 4 of you together. If you don't, that's okay, but you should start thinking of one.
Bring it up with the others.
All right.
No.
You should get some rest. Maybe I paid a lot for that dinner. She asked for 25 gold. I gave her 50. I hope it was delicious.
That's very generous.
Putting hope in the people.
It was lovely.
Realistically, we need servants, but like, I'm not comfortable doing that.
Well,
Like, we need caretakers and shit.
That's
and
something that's something I can draft up. The castle won't survive much longer without caretakers. I can work on that tomorrow. But
Yeah, if you are you going to bed or are you doing more work tonight? We'll go over the treasury tomorrow and we'll make plans. And by we, I mean I'll sit there and say things and you'll tell me no and write things on paper.
I won't tell you no, my partner will. But yes. I feel like terrifying an innocent girl is enough for one night for me. I'll turn in earlier than usual.
All right.
And she
You know where to find me.
picks up the wine bottle and looks at it one more time and then gives you a little bit of a like a lift and thank you, and then exits the room.
That's a nat 20 for a total of 29 on my inside. How does she feel about that wine?
As you kind of look, you see that she's a little bit touched by the kindness. As you realize she was kind of looking you over for like an angle on why you'd give her this, and as she picked it up and what gave you one last look, she couldn't find one. As she exits the room.
I know we're likely getting towards the end. Do we have time to add more? I know Alpha's got to go to the Shadow Realm in a bit.
Well, as I was going to describe, as the two of you wind down yourselves, you all eventually retire where you want to for the night.
I want to have a conversation with Zex before the night ends.
Okay. As you find Zex heading to the room that they reside in within the castle.
Roland's Tower.
Sleeping in Brolin's Tower?
I am.
Why?
Why not?
I mean, yeah, why not? But why not Leoman's?
Leoman's Tower
Makes you
is
sad.
Kinda.
Sad. All right, let's talk about it.
What are we talking about?
Let's talk about it. They're telling us that we have to make a name, and we're not in a good place right now. Let's talk about it. Mutual respect only goes so far.
Fair
Let's
enough.
come to an understanding.
Okay.
Go on.
What am I going on?
Area griefs. What's the issue?
It's more like... Are you referring to dinner or just in general?
In general, you said you didn't want to talk about dinner, and I'm assuming that's for a different reason than why we're in the altercation we're in now. And
Yeah.
that can wait. I respect it. I know talking about home is painful.
Yeah. Well, it's still the same thing. Like you said, I've come to the conclusion that this is a position of mutual respect, but killing Gil, I'm bringing it back up again.
Okay. Let's talk about it.
Let's talk about it.
What's the problem?
Killing someone like Gil, no matter what your reasoning is, simply because perhaps you don't agree with him or you feel he's endangering you, or any reason besides perhaps completely turning against us, in my eyes, is unacceptable.
For me, that's what it was. I think over time, Gil would have completely turned against us. He would have jeopardized our safety, his safety, and he was going down a path that would have led to destruction. Killing him was not my intention. It happened as it did, and I'm not going to tell you what I did was a good thing, but I will tell you that I did what I had to do, and I don't regret it. I did it for his betterment, I did it for our betterment, and I'm willing to bear that burden. That's what it is.
That's what it is.
I don't feel good about what I did, and I didn't make that decision lightly. I didn't do that as a spur of the moment in rage. That was something that I agonized over. And I thought, and I thought, and I thought, and I had to come to that decision. And I know you don't agree with it, but it doesn't change what I did.
And it will never change it. And while that is the case, as we go forward, need to know, it's going to take time, but as of right now, with how Foremount went, and after you saved me, I think I can move past it. I don't think I can ever forgive you for what you did, but we can move past it.
I don't ask for forgiveness. I just ask that you understand why I did what I did. There are some things that we cannot let go. There are a lot of things that you do that I don't forgive you for. Things that I don't agree with. Lots of things that I won't say right now, unless you're prepared for it. Because as even the arbiters told you, my personality is rather crass.
Well, I already knew that.
I've answered. Anything else that you'd like to air? We'll be leaving here soon. It's a good time to decide if we'll be leaving here together or not.
We will be leaving here together. But what would we even be leaving for? There's nothing right now.
There was never anything to begin with. We went where we went, and we saw what we saw. I enjoy the adventure. I enjoy just seeing things. I enjoy having stories to go back and tell others. I'd like to deal with the dragon, personally, but we can all come to that consensus later. And in regards to my grievances with you, as you have yours with me, I do not say this lightly. I find you to be a completely foolish man. I think your decisions are ill-informed, and I think the negative things that come to you are of your own fault. But I accept them as they are, and I let them go if I'm a part of them. But I do wish you would take a little bit more hesitation in the future with your decisions. That's my grievance.
As of late, I have been considering many of my decisions.
I'm glad.
In deep thought, including this last trip, which I take it you still don't agree with.
I don't agree with where you went, but you know what? You did it without me, and I can't be mad at where you go of your own free will. I was not there, therefore that makes it not my business. I don't agree with it. I think it's foolish. I think anything negative comes from it will be your burden to bear alone, because I will not want to bear that. But I can't tell you no on where you decide to go. I've decided to get over the idea of being your keeper. I treated you like children, and you got mad about it. So I will no longer treat any of you like children. Your own independent adults. But that also means that you have to independently suffer, so to speak. You understand?
No, I don't, because even adults need reassurance and occasionally someone to suffer alongside them.
I do that, but you also can't suffer along people unconditionally. Some people aren't good for you, and it takes time to understand that. So I've held your hand this far. I saved your life, didn't I?
You did.
And I need no thanks for that. I did what felt reasonable to me. And I think that says enough about our relationship as individuals as it should. You should get some rest.
You too.
I'll see you in the morning.
Sounds fantastic.
And I'm just going to go back into the room and stay here. I don't know. Have I dragged sheets in here to sleep here?
You've gotten basically some makeshift, like a makeshift bedroll and cloth and stuff, yeah.
Little nest with like books and shit.
You have a bedroll in your pack, but it's worked out. As the two of you part ways, and the castle is full of people kept up slightly later than they wish to be, thinking about things that will happen in the future, albeit very different things, and others are kept up by things that have happened in the past. we're gonna end the session there.
Can I ask you something real quick?
Yeah? What's up?
I should have asked this earlier, and I don't know why I didn't.
From Suzanne to JC, what's up?
What was that unpleasant nostalgia that you had mentioned?
That's grief. That's just grief. Unpleasant nostalgia is just grief.
I will.
That's straight what that was.
I will send that to you to keep it private.
Okay, I'm into it.
It will make sense absolutely when you get that direct message. I promise.
Homie, that's just grief.
Okay. I should have asked earlier, and I didn't think about it.
Is it similar to what April felt when she looked at my dead ass body?
No.
Is it?
No.
That's grief, baby.
That's grief, baby.
That's my specialty.
So I would assume that the royal family is aware of our fifth member of the Beatles, then.
Yeah.
Since we got arrested.
Oh. I was wondering when one of you were going to remember that.
Oh, I don't like the January, February, March, June.
Yeah, yes. They very well might be.
Session was boring. I didn't get to roll enough dice.
I mean, I would assume because of the whole arrested thing, but maybe not. Maybe it wasn't that important.
Well,
we killed a few people, yeah.
Yeah, it's just a couple people. It's nothing to concern the royal family with. They got more important things going on. It's just a couple people.
if you say so.
I mean, it literally to them was like no people because they were gonna let Foreminos go. So, do we level up?
It's not level up.
No.
You did not level up.
Damn, I didn't level
How
up.
close are we to leveling up?
Play the game and you'll find out later.
Are we? So realistically, we brought it up off of stream. Is the stream still going?
It is still going.
Yeah.
We talked about switching to a milestone
System.
instead of a
Yes.
experience point system.
Yes.
I still would like to have character moments at the end of sessions, like
Mhm.
one or two where you're like, I really enjoyed
Okay.
this, and we can talk about that
It's-
a bit more in depth.
Yeah, well, it's good, and I know that some of you keep the stream the stream screen open. I was smiling the entire time that the final talk was happening. It was good. Oh my god, I love it, and I'm sorry, Suna, but that's what you rolled, and I loved that too.
I can't even truly be mad about it. I thought it was kind of funny, all in all.
You just didn't know how to get rid of him.
Yeah, I'll be honest. When you described it, and I was not really thinking about what we were saying, I was like, "Cool, it's like a little like Mushu from Mulan, but with wings." And then that was very clearly
But he
not
says
what
the
you.
F word.
That is not what you had said to me. I was
Mushu
like, wow.
swore.
Fuck.
This isn't a Disney film. Mushu can't say that.
This is Mushu, but instead of Eddie Murphy, it's Samuel L. Jackson.
It's
a little bit
someone with
different.
it's someone with like a bad New Jersey accent is what it was. Yeah, you summoned an imp. Luckily, he was not
Well-
hostile, but imps are imps. So
He was just
I could've-
vibing.
Apparently, I could have asked him to be hostile.
you could have asked him to be hostile towards someone else, and yeah, he would have.
Yeah.
My favorite is the unspoken communication between Rem and Suna as Rem's like dispel magic. Suna's just walking around
love-
covered in feathers.
The best thing is a non-combat session has the most triggers of wild magic by far.
Yeah, it's 4. Isn't it 3 or 4?
3 or 4, yeah.
What?
Yeah. The most you've ever done is like 1 a session.
2.
I feel
Maybe 2. Maybe 2.
I feel bad for turning off Rem's broom.
It was for an hour.
I waited 3 weeks just to turn off Rem's broom.
I felt bad.
It's okay.
I mean, that was a fun end of session. I waited 3 weeks to not win.
But, you guys can utilize the D&D channel because take the week E4 to think if you feel good about getting a name.
I don't want a name. Realistically, I don't want a name. Like I like to have like a loose coalition. I don't want to like us to have a name. And then if I put out the name, fucking homie over here is gonna say the team of mysteries.
No.
And I'm like, I bet you watch Friends.
Mystery Incorporated.
Mystery.
I would accept Mystery Incorporated.
Oh my god, can we please like make it a slight change? So like I don't get
Should we
attacked
name
by
ourselves
Warner
Mutual Respect?
Yeah.
Mutual Respect.
Should we name ourselves Mutual Respect?
Take some time, guys.
That'd be funny, but no, I'm gonna have to veto that.
You guys are gonna get bullied by the other
We could
adventure
be the
groups.
Globetrotters.
Oh, probably. I can't wait.
I'd say Globe Strollers.
Cart group,
All right.
cart group.
Well, thank
We
you
love carts.
thank you everybody so much for watching. My name is JC. I am the Dungeon Master of Papihos. This was session 49. Next session, guys, 50.
We're getting
Wow.
we're almost to a year. When was the first stream?
Session 50.
Yeah, we're coming up on
We're
a
almost
year.
to a year.
Session 50.
Almost. Next one, next week. But thank you.
Almost a year in game or out of game.
When's the 1 year mark in real life?
And we passed it. It was last year.
No, not yet.
Was it?
It
I
was,
will look at it
we
right
didn't
now.
start playing until January.
Yeah,
Well,
we were discuss. Yeah, we might have just hit it.
The first VOD
We
to
were
go
just-
to YouTube was on February 19th.
Yeah, but the VOD started going a little bit later.
So
Mhm.
it has
It's been
about
a year. This might be
Wow.
the anniversary,
A
and we don't even know.
whole ass year.
I
That's
think
crazy.
I
Yeah.
think I
started
think
talking
actually
about it
when
in
we
December.
when we stopped our hiatus and came back might have. But yeah, it's been a year of playing D&D with you guys, and man, it's great. You guys are all
Yeah,
awesome.
I'm loving this.
It's been a whole year in real life,
Yeah.
and Zex and Rem are just now having meaningful conversation.
Yeah. It's been a year, and you guys might just be forced to get a group name.
I don't want one. I don't want one.
I so bad want a group name.
It's
No,
a democracy.
I like being referenced. All right, if we're getting a group name, we all need to get individual titles.
Our first session was
I'm
on
into that.
January 21st.
Yeah, last week was the 1 year.
Ooh,
Damn, we didn't even
Wow.
remember.
yeah, we were having
Gosh.
fun.
Congratulations, guys.
Wow,
Yeah.
I feel so
Dude,
accomplished.
you killed Tiber. No, wait. Yeah, you killed Tiber on the anniversary.
That's so fitting. That's so great.
And none of us even knew. We were so focused.
Yeah.
We were busy.
We had more
murdered.
important things.
Yeah.
I waited 3 weeks just to not win.
Oh,
The raw emotion of just to not win was just chef's kiss. I love everything about it.
I don't even remember. I remember saying it, and I remember being upset. But I don't
Watch the tail end of the YouTube video. By the way, check out our YouTube streams. Let me get
yeah.
the. It's a Twitch. Or not Twitch. It's YouTube.com/C/JC Productions channel, where we put all of our VODs from D&D, and then if you like JC's zombies content, he streams zombies exclusively on YouTube as honoring tradition.
Yes.
So he does all that over there, and then you can also see some of his darker secrets over there. I'll let you find those on your own.
All right, but thank you everybody so much for watching. Once again, my name is JC. I've been joined here by Helminia, James, Suzanne, and Alpha, these 4 wonderful people that have been experiencing my world for now over a year. Thank you everybody so much for watching, following, and subscribing. You guys are the best. And I will see you all next week. Take care, guys, and have a wonderful night. Bye.